Okay, microphone should be working now. Hello, welcome to the stream. Ignore the 25 seconds of silence. So today I did a poll. The poll results were exactly tied. So I decided I'm making a Tetris. I don't want to say clone, but like a roguelike deck builder sort of thing. So the idea I have in mind is that use some kind of like number of pieces placed or number of rows cleared or something, and then you have to pick a new piece to add to your like bag of pieces that you can draw from, and then like pieces can have different abilities. So I did a little like sketch up here where it's like you get a multiplier where it's like and like they have numbers on them. So the idea being that when you clear a row, you get like a point for every cell, and then it's like, well, this one's just minus, and then like the cell after it is 1, so you actually lose a point for this, and then you get like +2 and +1, so or like times 4, so the whole row gets multiplied by 4. And the idea being like it sort of just maths across, and then like different things like maybe potentially I was thinking something like the tetrameters will be like connected to like these are all one piece. So if you clear this out, this one won't fall. But if like a certain modifier might make this like a fragile block, which means that it won't actually stay attached and it'll fall. And something like if you cleared out, I don't think there's anyone on this that would do it. If you cleared out like these 3 blue ones and then this disappeared for some reason, this block would be able to fall because it's no longer attached to its parent block. Like I want the blocks to have falling physics, but like they're attached to their parent sort of structure. So they can only fall if you like remove. I'm trying to think of like a way that you could do this more. Like is there something obvious in here? I'm thinking something like if you cleared this out and then there was nothing here, this red one would like fall through into here, rather than just like staying like a normal Tetris. If you clear a line with a hole in it, the hole stays. I want the hole to collapse if the block above it is not attached to anything, like there's some kind of physics to it. I haven't really worked that out yet. Again, it's sort of just a concept that I had like while I was at work. I was like, it'd be really cool to have like a Tetris where you've got to not just think about like connecting Tetrises, but like getting these different stacks. Like the multipliers, I don't know what they do if there's nothing after them. Maybe every cell should have a number, sort of thing. So like the idea being like multiplied by 2, but you could also say like maybe get rid of negatives entirely and just have certain cells with negatives. So you might accidentally multiply by -3, and then now you've got a really bad score, and maybe negative numbers turn up more as more common than positive numbers or something, or large negative numbers are more common than large positive numbers. So the idea is like you may want to multiply by -3 twice, right? Is more likely to happen than getting 2 multiply, like than getting a multiply by would that be 9? So instead of getting 2 multiplies by 3, you multiply by -3 twice. It's like more likely to happen or something. I don't know. Again, it's just sort of like a concept that I thought it'd be interesting to try and implement. So I guess the first thing to do is try and come up with like a Tetris-y board. I guess we'll go to GIMP first, because so we could do this approach of everything just made of actual blocks. So we'll steal the thing. I did a screenshot of this off like Wikipedia. So rectangle, select and go. What size is that? 22 by 22. Sure. I don't think that's correct. Maybe we should go find the full size image on Wikipedia. Okay, I did not plan this video out, so don't mind me being an idiot. Tetris. I want a nice picture of the Tetris. Can we copy image? Go here. New. Click on it. Create from clipboard. No image on the clipboard. Okay. Open this. Copy image. Image copied. But create from clipboard. Okay. I'm going to come over here and go. These are nice, really high resolution Tetris blocks. I'm not just going to wholesale copy them, but I've got an idea that I want to sort of do to have like procedural blocks of some kind. 67 by 67. Okay, so we're going to control, copy that file, create from clipboard. Alright, and then we want to go something like image, canvas size. So we want to go like 64 by 64. Fill width. The issue with that is how do I get it to scale? Get the center. Wait, why is that transparent? Weird. It's got like weird transparency. It's very bizarre. So what we kind of want is something like copy that bit. So we want to create new. We're going to like 64 by 64. And add alpha channel, delete, paste this in, move this up here. And we're just gonna copy this bit now. There. Interesting. And then we need to copy this corner apparently. Well, that's bizarre, because why are you not? It's got such bizarre transparency to it. It's not what that's like what's throwing me off. Okay. So we need this bit. And then this bit. So apparently I didn't copy the gray, which is fine. Should be able to like magic one in the middle here. Apparently not. Okay, merge down. Still can't magic one for some reason. Okay, so we select all of that. How many steps is that? So it's 4. And 4. As we go from 5. So I said size is 52. 52. 6. Okay. So delete that. Then paint bucket that with like the gray. Like that. I think. It still doesn't seem right. We copy the exact row. So I don't want to just copy wholesale though. So that seems like it's going to translate to us. We're going to need lighter gray. And then we do this here. We say these 5 are the lighter gray. Oh, no, don't do that. Really, paint bucket. The lighter gray here. The lighter gray there, and then we need the darker gray. Like so. The dark, it's not nowhere near dark enough. A much darker gray. Like here. And here. Now I need to go you, and you can be the light gray. And then we pencil in. So we go unselect that. You know, pencil. That's a really big pencil apparently. Pencil. Pencil. Okay, now we want to go to darker gray. This one, there we go. Go up. Over here. Why sort of navigate again? Because it can't. Like, it won't let me scroll off the top for whatever reason. Okay. And then that doesn't seem right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's definitely right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 6. Okay. And then we'll paint bucket and we'll grab this one. Pencil. I might need to tweak the colors. Pencil. Okay. So now we have a nice little square. And then the next thing would be, I think I need to tweak the colors slightly. So we want this. I don't know why it's not letting me. Why? Is it because I did that? There we go. Okay. So this needs to be white. Paint bucket. Right. And then we need to flip this. It's not black. It's just gray. Like that. Like that. And paint bucket. Okay. So then we're going to file and we're going to export, and this is going to be YouTube projects, Tetris, create folder, assets, block. Okay, so we have our single block PNG. Just remember I should jump onto the Discord if anyone wants to come and chat in the lounge. Okay, so we have that. Now we go back to the game and we go, okay, so map. So we're going to say 4. I don't know how wide a Tetris map is. Let's have a look. 2, 4, 6, 8. This seems like 10. So 4 x in 0 to 10. So that'll be the bottom, and then we need to go for y, which is in 0. So looking at this, it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 20. Alright, So for each x, we need to say commands.spawn a image. Well, it's not an image. It's an image bundle. It's, I think, is it sprite? Image, which is the asset server. It's apparently too many calls in take. Okay. So then we go here and we say let image equals, okay, it's asset server dot load block.png. Okay, cool. And then we say block image clone. Like so, and then texture is, I think everything else is just default, except no, you don't know your position. So we need a wait, no, it is everything else is not default. And then we say something like this, and then we say okay, you say 32, but it's actually 64. X. So we need to go doing 10. So 30. First, I think you're actually 12 because we need the bottom ones as well. So it would be 12 times 64. 6 times 64. So negative 385. So that 384. So that should, in theory, no, this needs channel closing. Okay, there we go. So we need that one, and then these would be the top ones, which is going to have a y of so if it's 20 high, it means 20, so it's an 11. So you have a y of negative 700. And you have a y of 700. Okay. Except I think I want to give you a, it's in here, isn't it? It's a custom size or something. Custom size, which is sum vec to new 32 by 32, just to make them smaller. Because I feel like at 64 they're going to fill the whole screen, but maybe not. I mean, what's the point of having the texture if you're going to use it? We'll find out how big this is. So let's run this and see how much of the screen real estate is taken up by these. I haven't got any blue screens of death yet. I mean, I've been using it for a long time now, a few months. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a blue screen of death, but I also don't do stuff that causes blue screens of death. Like I don't try and run dodgy software, that kind of thing. I mean, I think I was getting blue screens of death is why I rebuilt my computer. I don't remember. No, I think I just fucked something up, rebuilt it. But apparently they're not even on the screen, which is annoying. If I set this to 0, please P on screen. It's too tall. Yeah, no, I can't say I've had any since I swapped to Windows 11. Okay. So they're very big blocks. Interesting. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Okay. So question with that is it's too big. Yeah, it's using crack stuff, you'll get way more. Set it back in there. Even that, like, I don't know why you're using cracked version of Windows though. You can like literally just have Windows without buying it, and you just get a little message down here that's like, hey, you haven't used an activation key. But like everything you need to get Windows running is entirely possible without actually buying Windows. Okay. Apparently 64 is too big. Actually, I kind of like the idea of maybe making it so that you can't see the whole board at all times. Then I could have nice big TOML without necessarily restricting and like it and limit the player's view as part of the game. So we'll have like a something like this, and we're gonna go event reader. Wait, they had a resource, didn't they? You shouldn't lose confidence. The thing with like Bevy, like there's no penalty to failure. Like a lot of it's free, it's open source, it's all that kind of stuff. Of like you don't have like don't feel bad that you don't get it the first time. Like don't lose confidence in yourself. Like there's a lot of struggle to learning it sometimes. Like I spent weeks just sort of messing around with Bevy when I first started because I was like, oh, this is really cool, but like I never actually made any games or anything. I still don't think I've really finished anything. I've done a few game jams, that kind of thing, but like I very rarely finish things. It's more of a me and attention stuff. Accumulated mouse scroll tracks how much the mouse has scrolled every frame. This resource is reset to 0 every frame. This resource sums the total mouse. Yeah, that's what I want. I knew it was a resource. Thank you, Bevy, for making this stuff so much easier. So we're gonna say we need the camera. So choose a query from Google Transform. With camera 2D? Yeah, with camera. Then we say camera in camera. Hit mute translation. Why did that not work? Why? That looks correct to me. No. Camera dot wait, what? What? I don't know how I've broken it. Yeah, I would definitely stop the language hopping. You'll have a lot more fun if you just decide that Rust's what you're going to use, or C++ or whatever you want to use. But like pick a language and stick to it, because like once you're good at a language, then you can hop languages all you like. Because like every time I see anything written in C, I just try and convert it to Rust. Like how would I do this in Rust? And you get the concepts of the programming. The issue is that you're constantly trying to learn the syntax and then struggling to learn the concepts. Whereas if you learn the concepts, or like if you learn the syntax, you understand the language without needing to decipher what's happening, then you can go learn specifically why they're doing what they're doing and that kind of thing without needing to translate back. So I don't know what's happening with my IntelliSense here. I'm going to need to name you something else, because apparently that breaks the IntelliSense that I'm calling you camera. No, apparently your query. Why does query have these functions on it? What the fuck are these coming from? Unless this is the wrong query. That is the wrong query. Where the fuck are you pulling that from? That is not Bevy. What? Why did you include this? Okay, that is very weird. I don't know when I accidentally imported the extra stuff. That was weird. So we'll call you back to camera. We'll call you cameras. Cameras dot. For some reason it decided that when I said query I wanted specifically. Wait. Does that mean that like the Copilot added stuff? I thought Copilot only touched where you're looking. Like that implies Copilot added stuff up here. Because Copilot wrote that bit of code and it was broken. Even more hilariously is the fact that it broke the code that would have otherwise worked if it hadn't imported that. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Now he's right. Except we then need to say camera dot transition dot y equals. Hey, look. It's correct. It's. I don't know if I want to clamp it that high or that low, but that's more about like I need to work out how far I can actually scroll. Because in theory, I never added the system. That would help, wouldn't it? Dot add systems to update scroll camera. Okay. Now run the code. Is it working? I have no way of knowing because I can't see it moving. I need to put a block in the center or something. Maybe the amount that I'm scrolling is wrong. Let's just spawn a block. Right in the center. So that I can at least see how much it's scrolling by. And then you can just be 0. As well. And then we go run. There we go. Give me a block. Give me a block. Okay. So it's just that it scrolls really slowly. Times by like 100. No, 100's gonna be way too much. 10 times faster than that. I guess. Check Discord general. YouTube bug. What? Oh. I don't think that's a YouTube bug. That's because I've got the extension that unhides dislikes or whatever. And my assumption is that it's showing you like every dislike that that's ever showed up on my channel, like because that's how that plugin works, is that like everyone else with the plugin gives it information about how much a video is liked or disliked, but it means that if nobody else has the plugin, then the it can't determine. So like if enough of my audience doesn't have plugins, it doesn't have accurate statistics, and therefore the of 0 likes, it's just assuming that I must have like hundreds of dislikes. So that is kind of hilarious. $223 dislikes. I wish my chat, my videos got that much attention. Okay, it still feels way too slow. We probably want it to be like 25 maybe. So then we can get rid of that center block, and then we'll just continue filling in the rest of the blocks, which is Y. Copy that there. We need to go. Okay, so you need to be there, and then So you can do plus 64 times y as x32. Okay, and then same concept, paste that there, except we want you to be, for memes, we're going to make it run the other way, and then you're also your negative. Okay, so then when I run this, it should give me a full border around the outside. Apparently not. How am I like 3 blocks short? I think one needs to start at 64. So it needs to be, it probably needs to be 100. So calculator, 20 times 64. No, 10 times 64. Let's see. Okay, that's easy math. That's 640. That still feels like the wrong number. So you're in the right spot. You're one too far. So I need to lower the one on the left, which is the negative. So you need to be 64 lower, which is going to be 596. Wait, what? That doesn't check out. 576. I think that should make you the right height. Or actually, it's probably gonna make you too high, maybe. I don't know. You're supposed to be like 640. Okay, that's interesting because I'm pretty sure YouTube doesn't show likes at all without an extension. Energy drink you're drinking. Yeah, like we'll just we don't need to give promotion to other people, but see, like there's no dislike number. Like you have to have an extension. YouTube doesn't show dislikes anymore. They
the BevyEngine engine.
Why did that video suddenly start playing? I do not know. Anyway, yeah, YouTube by default does not show likes anymore. Like you have to have an extension. 3,704. Okay, that should show image option. We just need you to not be. So you just need to be one less, which you are the positive direction. So how do I subtract 64 from you? That would be 320. Yeah, like unless it's because you're in a different country, but YouTube removed likes, dislikes ages ago. Something about preventing like negativity and hatred, despite the fact that you as a creator can still see your dislikes. It's just that nobody else can see them. So it very much is not helping any of the creators' mental health, and simply means that when YouTube does something that nobody likes, you can't see that everyone's just liked the YouTube video, because it happened suspiciously close to when YouTube's Rewind became the most disliked video ever. That they went, oh, for like creators' mental health, we're removing the ability to see the dislikes, despite the creators still being able to see the dislikes. So, yeah, that's YouTube for you. Okay, so we now have our Tetris board. Okay. So what I'm going to need to do, apparently scroll doesn't need to be all. That's cool. Thank you. Is we're now going to need to make like an actual board resource. So make a module called board. Create the actual module, and then we're going to come in here and we're going to say use Bevy prelude. So I'm just going to ask, this is a Bevy plugin. No, it's not. I just want to see how well Copilot can do this. Create a resource. That would be interesting, but that's not what we're going for here. Anyway, that hold the current board state, linking each entity to a position. Or I guess none. If each position to an entity, or none if it's empty. Can you do this? I dislike that that's actually correct. Well, no. Come back, please. Thank you. Do that, but except it should be it should probably be this, because you want a single dimensional array because they're faster to access. And then you go down here and you say impl. Yeah, cool. But that's kind of what I want. I need to derive resource on you as well. That's something it didn't do. Probably because I spelled resource wrong. Derive resource. Anyway, like so. Okay. I implemented default. It's not what I actually wanted you to do, but anyway. Impl board state. Yes. Okay. So getting board state should be an entity, but setting a board state should only take in an entity. I don't want you to be fallible. I want you to be some like if I'm saying set, I need it to be setting to something that this is like whatever they call like self-documenting or whatever. And then we want to add like a thing clear. Right. Cool. Except each of these needs to be pub. And you especially need to be pub. Okay. Then we just need to be all like init resource board state. Okay, so we have our board state. It's just gonna be like an easy way to look things up. So now I need to probably make some like helpers, like we did look at a Tetron mode. My thought is that you don't want them to be filling the board until they've actually like settled in place. But sure, there's no reason you couldn't. just again, I'm thinking. So we have our board, and we're gonna I kind of want to be like on deck, right? And then we need to go like into our deck, and we're gonna create like a concept in our deck called obstruct. Well, first of our deck, which is just going to be nothing right now, like, literally nothing. Is Bevy preload. Thank you. You need to derive resource. Okay, then we need something called a tetronomy. I don't remember how it's fucking spelled. I think that's what they're called. Russian moving tetronomy. Just copy paste it from the Wikipedia. Tetronomy. There we go, a tetronomy. Okay, so we need to have like, I guess, a position. I feel like I need to break this into components. Maybe not. I don't know. This just seems a bit weird because I don't necessarily want to update position, which is going to be a I vec2, and then we need so that's a position. So do we need like a I'm trying to think how to do this. It's like a like in a creative way, like, because what I think is I could just have like a vector of all the positions of the tetromers. So the idea being that like the position is the center of the thing, and then like the T shape is like a sequence of like it's a vector that holds all the other ones. But like I'm going like, how do I? I know this thing would be funny. So like you need like it's not like it's not so much children. Like, so we need like a. Just a second. Okay, back to the apparently my stream's falling really far behind. So we need a pub struct block. So it's gonna need which is gonna be an IVEC. Right, so they should be able to move it around, and then each block you like a color. What's your funny idea? So I feel like a block doesn't necessarily need a color, because like we can just set the color, and if we need the color, there's no point duplicating it. that doesn't seem like a good idea to put in a game. Funny, but what I think would be funnier actually would be if I mean it's slightly on the side of malware, but I've done this before where you like might VB scripts that control the computer. So what you do is you do something like whenever they level up, it sends a sequence of key presses to the computer that says max out the volume, and then plays the Pornhub intro sound just like full volume. Like, you know, send the unmute, because it like technically, because if you look at like certain keyboards have like volume up, volume down. Like if I scroll this wheel, like the way that the computer knows to change the volume is because there's a specific key, like it's actual key code that the computer sends. I wonder if Bevy will actually show it. Let's have a look. Now we're getting sidetracked. So we're going to show keys, and we go event reader key, and then we want to say something like key event keyboard. I think it's probably going to be keyboard input. I'm guessing it's keyboard input. I have actually no idea. Then we're just going to be like print line. It's for key in key dot read print line key dot. I want to say code logical key. The physical, no, key, the logical key. I want to say it's key like that. But the question is, are there logical keys for it? Because Bevy's probably not going to have all the logical keys. Character, small, or dead. Fuck. Of the dead key. Oh, well, let's just find out what it prints. So we're gonna go here, main. Then we're just gonna debug print the key. It's probably easier just to print everything. Yeah. And then in theory, if we just add this to update, the rapidness graph. Show keys. Run. Okay. So see how when I scroll, it sends the key code audio volume up, which is apparently a logical code, and apparently it just presses and releases it constantly. But the idea being that does it actually change the volume if the game is open? It does too. I think it's because my game's not hooking into it, and so therefore it just passes it through. But yeah, the idea is that you could, in theory, unmute their computer, max out the volume, and then play a sound. And obviously, like, the Pornhub sound is just a great example of a sound that everyone will instantly know, but it's like not actually what they're doing. We did it to someone when I was at school, where we physically maxed out the volume. I think we had a wheel that you could turn up, so we turned that wheel to maximum and made sure it's physically unmuted, and then turned the computer's volume all the way down, so that when they procced the script, it maxed out the computer's volume, unmuted itself, and then blasted Cyril's hentai full volume. Is that just the song starts out with a bunch of moans and groans, like it opened and grunts, and it opens up YouTube to the video. It was great. We got in a lot of trouble, but it was worth it. It's pretty funny. But yeah, you get into the level of malware when you start sending key presses to a computer like that. But it's funny. Anyway, so what we were doing, we were going. So with the deck, with the block. So each block is gonna have a physical position, which is it's fine. Don't use because we need a bit of access here. Hmm. So what I'm kind of thinking is, kind of want every block to fall by itself. So what I could be thinking is maybe we could give them parents. So like parent the block to the tetromo. Uh, hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That like playing like porn sounds is kind of funny, but like it's not nearly as funny as if you just go like I'm sure it's on YouTube. We'll just see if we can find the. So I'm 99% sure it's on there. So if not, it'll be somewhere else. You just play that like at full volume because like everyone would know what that is, but you don't actually have to do anything like that would be considered inappropriate. It just plays that, and that's the level up sound. He's like, no, it's just level up sound. I swear. Like, or actually, what would be even better is instead of a level up sound, because that's like first off, the user would very quickly pick up that you were going to do that, and they're much more likely to come across that while they're not somewhere public. What you could do is have it on the on focus or something. So basically, when they close the laptop and take it to the coffee shop, when they lift the laptop's lid, the screen regains focus. And I'm sure laptops send an event to the game saying, hey, the computer just came out of hibernation or something. Like there'll be some kind of event trigger that you could be watching for that says the person just opened the lid of a laptop and then play it then, so that it sounds like the video's resuming after they've opened the laptop back up and they forgot what they had opened, but it's like it's just the game, but it does this. Also, you could do it as well, like it just says here, to make it harder for people to pin down what's happening, is make it only sometimes it does it, so that like if you had hundreds of people playing your game, occasionally when they open their laptop it plays the sound, but not always, so that it's really hard to track down exactly where the noise is coming from. I think that would be kind of funny. Anyway, okay, so what we need to do is maybe say something like plugin app reference to okay, so we need to apply gravity, and then we're gonna go like apply gravity. So applying gravity is going to need all of our. See, the tetronomer itself could have like no translation. And the idea being that you could then move the blocks and just have the tetronomers be like a vague position. I want the center to be the point that they pivot around, which would be kind of funny. Because then you could calculate it to be like the center of mass, which means if you had like heavier blocks, it would pivot around the heavy block first. So we need, okay, so we need Tetris, which is going to be a query for mute tetr. I think I copied the wrong word because I said tetronomine, I'm sure. Tetrahedron. I'm just dyslexic because that says tetrahedron. That's not what that's the word I'm looking for. Tetramon, I don't know. Anyway, and its children. maybe. This feels weird. No. And then we need which is create what state. Right, they don't derive component. Anyway, so component and you derive component. Does it need like a test function? So like fn spawn single. So we need like a well, first we need commands. I need what state? I need input. Which is a res button input. Where's key code? If I okay, we need to be mutable. Okay, so if in not input dot just pressed key code digit 0, I want to say, then return. Okay, then if for dot get, the interesting question here is the board from the bottom up or the top down? I should really set the board to be from 0, 0 being a central point, which kind of implies when we spawn the board, I want like 0, 0 to be the center. So that would mean, first off, X and Y can do that. It's the U. So let's see. Clamp, when we scroll the camera, clamp the camera between 0 wait, no, the maximum is 0 and the minimum is negative 700 and so I then need you to be at, technically you're the top one, but you guys spawn at not 0, it's 64. And then that would imply that you are then 20 blocks lower, I think. 20 times 64, so that number. 128 negative 1280. Okay, so that means that you start at negative. So you like 64 higher than that, which is 1. But technically you start at 0. Just start you at 0 as well. I don't need them to run in opposite directions. So that should make the board in the right spot now. Anyway, so in our deck we've got something like, all right, so then we're going to get position. Wait, no, we need the board to go up. So I would want x0, x of 5, and u of 20. Dot is sum. Return. Then we say something like commands.spawn Heteron. Let's just with a center of I vector new 520. Well, it's not 5, it's 519. I think you need other stuff too, but we'll work on it. Dot with children. C dot spawn block position I vector new also 519. Okay. Then we need to say, technically, I'm just gonna make you res because I like the idea of updating the board all in one place. So what we're gonna do is say spawn single. So somewhere in here we got plugins. So we got update supply gravity, and also technically it's a debug thing, so I should probably make it like a not drive, config debug assertion app dot add systems update spawn single. All right. So we need to do some more stuff because we need to actually specify like the color and stuff like this, but maybe the Tetris can. So first off, you have required transform. So I think it's a sprite. Does it just require them? Okay, so you require and then so you are going to also require a transform. So okay, you need a color. Okay, so we need to do some fancy stuff with our. Technically, I think we should be doing this in board, but we'll get there. So you need a color, and then so you need to go color RGB linear. Linear RGB 1 0 0. Okay, so you're now red, right? Okay, so then next we go to board and we say, hey, these are the funny things to do in the other board. So we need to go like hub struct. So technically deck should not. I think like half this shit should just be in deck. So let's just, the deck will just be its own thing. So now, board state default. Okay, so we need to FN let's set block color, which I'm gonna say just setup block, Oh god, can't spell. Setup block, which is then going to query. Okay. Blocks, which is a query for a block. So we need a mute sprite. Mute translation. Oh, transform. No, mute block. I guess. No, because we need to update their position separately. Do we even need access to the block? I don't think so. So we just need to set its sprite, really. Okay, so query not color, children. Like so. Okay, then we say for tetro in children. Okay. Why are you not working now? Did I break this? No, you're a component. Why do I keep writing tetrahedron? I confuse myself with my horrible spell. Alright, so we have the tetrahedron and we have the children, and then we say for child in children. Iter. Iter, and then we say let some block equals blocks.get mute child, else warn not the child continue is not a block. I'm not even checking if it's a block. I'm just checking if it has a sprite. But we're saying, hey, you're not a block. Anyway, this is a block. So what? Not let some. It's let. Okay. Okay. Cool. Blocks is not variably. Okay. Mute. So let me say something like block dot wait yeah it's block dot color equals tetra dot color. Right, everything is in the middle. This seems slightly complicated. Technically there'll be other things that we need to do when we set up the block, but we yeah. How do we end up here? The fuck, key presses brought me back to a different folder. Okay, so shift paste. Okay, so apply gravity, set up blocks. So that should set up the color. Right, then we have to go back to main, and we just need to say, hey, we just like add a plugin. It's going to be board plugin. So in theory, when I press 1, I think I said it, see, it should spawn a single block. I also can't scroll to the bottom, so that's fun. But yeah, we need not just your sprite, we need your transform as well. We need to set your position. Actually, can I just say like you're just like a positionless thing, because then it means that all the children will be in the right spot. So you get your transform. Right. So we set the block's color. Oh, right. I need to wrap you like that. Position like so. Okay, so you have the block's color, and then so your is sprite. Okay, sprite dot color is Tetris color, and then position dot translation equals I do need the block. You know what? We're gonna say your center is not a position. Your center. It should be. I'm trying to think how to do this. In like in a fancy way, like this. At this point, I'm keeping track of two centers. Whereas, what would be nice if I said, "Hey, this block," because it means that the block's going to move under gravity. I don't need to update. So, like, we could just say something like entity, like this, and then we can look up that corresponding block, and then that block would tell us. So this is probably not the best way of building Tetris. It's what I'm really coming down to. So transform the translation is equal to block. Wait, we don't need. We just need access to your block. Block. Let me say block. The position. Dot as vec3 as vec2. Extend 0 dot times by 64. Let's see. I should put you in the correct position, I think. Okay, so now you need to become an entity, which is annoying because that means that somehow I need to keep track of center equals ID, something like this. Right, and then your center is just equal to just like center, and then it's not with children, it's add child center, something like that. Because then the tetronomer just becomes like a area, like a right, like a unitless block, like it exists but doesn't actually need to move. Right, let's see if this works for one thing. So when I click 1, it should spawn a singular tetronomer in the center. It's not going to do anything because like, I've not programmed it to do anything. What I need you to be able to get like 1,000 maybe. What are they doing? Well, the question is, how do I know if it's working? Spawn single. So if I digit 0, then it should be digit 1, for example. Yeah, this presses 0 now. Oh, it crashed multiple times. Wait. Index out of bounds? Interesting. 12. Wait, you're not 12 though, you're 10. First of you're only 10. 10 wide, 10 by 20. Okay. And then we use like get if x is greater than 10 or it's greater than or equal to, isn't it? Because 10 would be out of the map. Let me see again. Return. Yeah, it'd be a 10 by 20. So the question then becomes, who's actually calling this? Bizarre. Because I don't think I have a pass in a number that's greater than 20 though. Not digit 10, digit 1. So when I press digit 1, 19. Thank you. So 19 and then 20 and then. Okay, so we need to go back to here. We need to run this and see if our tetronomer spawns now. Okay, so press 1. A very, very tiny pixel appears. Error. Yeah, I'm aware. So, annoyingly, I think that means that it's just to get it to not throw errors all the time. The tetronomer needs to have a transform, but it's always going to have transform to 0. So let's just center this and this. So we never give the block a. It has a sprite. We just never give it a sprite. So I guess down here we say sprite. We say dot image equals, and then we're going to say up here we have like a resource called block image. Image, and What? Why did you inline? Weird ass fucking. Okay. Image res fucking inch. What we should get up here somewhere. We need to implement. Where's that plugin? We're here. Let's say init resource. Lock image. Okay, now we run this and we see if it spawns our tetra. Oh. I didn't like that. It needs its visibility as well. Technically, I think you only need Sprite, because Sprite then adds all the other stuff. But, you apparently need a visibility. Now, the question is, where the hell is it? It's there, it's just disappearing. Now, is that a you don't have visibility thing, or is that a, for some reason, Bevy's being a little bitch thing? I think it's moving somewhere else. But where is it going? Well, probably really high actually, because I think I'm technically that's really low. Okay. So what I'm thinking is when we spawn the map, we need to go the other way. So we need to say first off, your minimum is 0 and your maximum is 1000. And then you need to go plus 64. Or just plus. You're also just plus. Right, you need to be negative y. That's just a little bit weird. That can stay, and then you get to be flipped into positive, and you get to become a negative. That should work to just flip the whole thing upside down. Okay. It's spawning in there, but where is it going? If I set this to 1, if I find out that you're teleporting on top of something, I'm going to be very mad. I already know why, because it's like, it's pretty obvious it's where it has to be going, but like... Yeah, what are you doing all over there? Right. Because they're negative. because my board is set to half fucking negative, half positive. It's just stupid. Alright, so apparently you need to be like whatever this number is plus that. It is 0, my friend. Whatever that number is. Same here. But what is that number? That's 600, 704. So you start as 0. All right. See what that looks like. It's going to be slightly wrong. There's no way I got that first try. Yeah. So you guys need to start at negative 64. And same with you. You don't start at 0, you start at negative 64. Apparently 704. Should put this block in the right spot. Hey, because then we need to set the camera to like 300 or something. So it's 320. Camera. Take 3. New. So X is 320. And then 0. 0. Like that. Okay, so that should get the camera back to being in the center of the thing. But now with our offset being 0, 0 in that corner. Hey, okay, so we just need... First off, you're 1 too far. So apparently... 704 minus 64 means it's 630. That doesn't seem right though. 2, 4, 8, 10, 12. Okay, never mind. Apparently I just don't know anything about anything. No, that's definitely not right. Minus 64. Oh, I guess it's 10, so that makes it 11th place, I think. I don't know. That seems right. If I press 1, spawn a red cube there. Okay. You should never spawn another red cube though. Right, because I need to... Okay, so... Board dot set 5 19 to This seems like a really terrible way of doing things. All right. What I need to do is go like, hey, block, and I need to input component for block. That seems intimidating. Underscore. Register. The fuck? Does that work? Is that how I... Oh, I need to specify the actual storage type is being type. Does this work? I don't know. Let me say fn. Where did you go about hooks? You say hooks. Got on, not on ads, on insert. World entity. We don't care. Okay, and then hooks dot on remove. No, on replace. Right, because on replace always runs before any on remove hooks. On replace world entity. I don't care. Do this. Okay, then we say something like on insert. We need to say equals world dot get block. Let me say some that we can just unwrap that way. But expect just added. Okay, so then we say need to probably make block clone copy. Thank you. We need to go and dereference you. Get this to work. Okay, so dereference you, and then we say stay inside the actual function, and then we say new board. Yeah. Fine. Let's just go with world dot get resource mute board state. dot expect board always dot add dot set pos dot position x pos y entity. I don't really say you add z size. Okay, I need to make you mutable. Okay, we need to do exactly the same thing. Let me say yeah. Right, so that should mean that the board doesn't let you spawn more than one in at a time while keeping track of all the blocks as they move. Weirdly though, it does mean that instead of physically moving blocks, you have to give them a new position because it's stupidity. All right, so applying gravity to blocks. So what we need to do is say, well, the tetramino doesn't need any mutation because again, it's like a stationary thing. It just represents the data that it holds. So we say for in Tetris dot iter. So I don't even think we need the. Oh no, we need the center to work out. I mean, not for applying gravity, we don't. So I guess it's more like children with and then you become something like children, and then we say for child in children. So when you say let me can fall equals true. Well, thing with that is we need to say, like, if you request a block that's outside of the zone, we need to like not let you do that. So when we say like board state get, can we return a result? Full or technically you should return empty out of bounds, right? And then this should result in a error block result out of bounds. Otherwise you return this, which should be block result empty. It's like, can I like map none? Map or? Is it just or? Returns the option if transforms the option into a result, mapping some t to OKT and none to error. Okay, and then we're going to say block result empty. I think that should work. Is okay. Okay, then so when we do our gravity, blind gravity, so we say can fall is true. Then we say for child, so we need to go like let oh god, this is atrociously bad. Because it's all going to be like frame lagged and blocks. Alright, so for the block equal blocks dot get dereference of child. Else continue. Oh, so, okay. Get the block else one so we're going to say something like this, then block this child. Yeah, child. All right. Okay, so we have our block, and then we say technically we should go back up here and we should say these are actually I32s. Simply because I32 is just a more versatile number to play with, instead of having to convert all the time. Also makes more sense of why I would have broken it out like this. Let me just say all of that. Let me say if x is less than 0, y is less than 0, return error block out bounds. Okay. Technically we could combine those, but anyway. No, as you use yourself. Something like that. Like that. Okay. So it's not in here. Where the fuck's this error? Here. Set mission. Okay, yeah, because we don't need to cast these anymore. Okay. Where are you complaining? There's a big chunk of errors down here. So one child. So right, then you need to continue because you can't continue onto the path. Continue. Right. So then we say block. Next equals block dot position minus x to y. Wait, no, I've actually. Okay, so then next We say if board dot yes, we match. Board dot get next dot x dot y. Right. So then we go anything just continues. Anything I don't specifically say isn't. We say can fall equals false. That might bite me in the ass later, but anyway. And then we say specifically if it's an error, block error empty, do nothing. Yeah, of course it's never read. And then we go to the bottom here and we say if can fall. Oh no, that doesn't work. Because it means that if your tetramer is pointing up, we need to like make it ignore itself. That makes sense, because what that's happening with this is it's checking all the blocks below it to see if they're empty. And since if you're bigger than one block tall, you will be blocking yourself from falling. Okay, so if we go if it's empty, don't do anything. Then if okay, okay, if okay, wait. Children dot contains block. I don't want to do it as branchesly, so it's something like can fall. So it's going to be true in most default cases. So if it's false, we want it to stay false. So if it's can fall and if it can fall and children contains this block, you can stay falling. Okay, that should mean that like you don't get blocked by yourself being in the way. So then if can fall for child in children, we have to do this monstrosity again, except this time we say we need access to commands. This seems really bad way of doing this, but anyway. Dot entity child dot insert block. Position next. Okay, and then this is only going to run once per, I don't know, Can we get apply gravity to happen in a fixed update instead of update? Apply gravity. Applying gravity needs to happen. Add systems. Fixed update. Okay, so applying gravity happens in a fixed update. Specifically because I can go here and go insert resource fixed. I think it's fixed. Or is it time? Fixed from hertz. That's probably gonna be a bit fast. We're probably gonna be like 40. Is that how I do it? I don't know. I think that's how you set a fixed time. Well, yeah, we'll find out. Okay, so when I press 1, first off, why are you not spawning? Okay. Can I get you to please print something? Maybe spawn single. The spawn single happens every frame. Can I get you to print? Hello, how are you doing? She's just doing info to be proper login. Yeah, I don't know where it's getting stuck because it was spawning them before, so it should be spawning things. That's good to hear. I haven't worked on the Minecraft series in ages, so I really should get back to it because it's a lot of fun. I stopped having fun just sort of trying to clone Minecraft, and I kind of like lack the knowledge. Also, because it looks kind of dodgy the way I'm doing it, because I'm spawning squares, means rounding errors mean that you can sort of see the seams in all the voxels from like really far away. So I didn't know how to fix it. Like I can't get shaders to work, so I'm just kind of like I gave up. Okay, so it's saying that entity 72 is not a block. Interesting. Why is entity 72 not a block? We spawn you as a block. Is it in the setup block that you're not a block? So is it setup block happens in the same update? Where? Board. Right. So I think you need to happen like pre-update. Maybe it's just like a frame lag thing. Or it could be that it's happening in the here. No, because you should be panicking. So it says one single. So it says not a block there. Is not. Why? Because you need a sprite, transform, and a block. I think it's got something to do with that required components that I was doing. And I don't know if this is going to work because I feel like it's the inherited depth that I'm getting wrong or something. It's not getting the requirements. Okay. Well, it's no longer complaining about it not being a block. It's just not spawning it now. Where the hell is it? It also shouldn't be saying that every time because where are you going? Okay. But where are they? Okay. I don't understand that because it's only spawning them. So if I disable gravity, does it start working again? I'm gonna say probably not. Right. So I need to somehow specify an inheritance depth. It's either going to be +1 or -1. I'm guessing +1. But who actually knows? The idea being that I'm saying, like, hey, inherit one layer deeper. Nope. I don't know. I hate this so much. Can I just say, hey, don't fucking do anything? And then here I want to be like, turn gravity back on. Plug in. We want to say something like app.register required components. R of T. Okay, so we need to say block and you require sprite. I don't know what this does. Well, the block's there now. So obviously something's doing something. Too much. Too hot. Okay, So, what does that mean? Well, first off, apparently gravity's just not working. Oh, because we didn't re-enable applying gravity like that. Now we should have gravity on, and it should be falling 3 blocks per second, which should make it take in the ballpark of 9 seconds. Is gravity working? Apparently not. Apparently. Also, you shouldn't be saying that. You shouldn't be saying that. Why shouldn't you be saying that? Because you shouldn't be saying that if you successfully spawned it. So what the hell is your problem? Alright, let's get the Bevy editor, please. Please be 0.11? Nope. God damn it. Because I need to fucking patch. Okay. I don't know why it's not updating. It's because the block, if it updates, then it should be moving. Because like that'd be one reason why you can continue spawning them. Maybe that was working even when gravity was turned off. What is your problem? Spawn single. Let me check to see if that's good. Yeah, when I press 1, you spawn that. So that's the issue. It's just one, you spawn a second one. So it's definitely just never registering. Is this never running? Info. Hmm. So it's definitely falling. And then it stops falling. Interesting. So that's working. It's you're not added. No, 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 no. Right. So you should set the color, which means that you don't want to be setting the position. Because that implies that the position is controlled by a different mechanism. Which probably means we don't want to fuck around with this whole mechanism of it moving. So that means no, because yep, we want transform block changed block or block in like pose comma block in blocks. Paste this in. Right. So because we were using the Tetron mode, because it was the idea of like if you change the color, it meant that blocks didn't get their position updated. So it was still falling, it was just not visibly falling. And in a second we should see it pop into screen. Let's spawn another one in. Natural down on each other. Okay. Interesting. There's a pretty terrible way of doing this, but anyway. So yeah, you have a target center. I'm just gonna change this to shape because I really hate this word. Shape. So next we probably want to do something along the lines of moving. So I feel like deck really is player, but we're just gonna call it deck for now. So we're gonna say like pub plugin app, which is new app, right? And so then you're gonna do the fun thing of saying app dot add systems update player. Okay, so you update, and then we're going to call that player moves. Okay, right. So next we're going to go I forgot already. Player moves. This is going to take in. Do we need a struct? Player target. Like so. Alright. And that needs the derived component. Alright, we come down here and we say okay, so we need to target a shape. So it needs to have a shape, it needs its children. Like so. And then with player target. Okay. We go here and we say for shape. So for shape. In target. Right. So iterate through all the shapes in the target. This is just so that if there is none, it still works. Like it won't crash. And also in theory, you could have two targets spawn at the same time as some kind of like effect. Maybe something spawns in and it's actually two shapes, two separate shapes that move independently. So input, and then we say res, and we say button input key code, like so. So we say, so shapes are going to need some funky functions. I feel like we should actually break the hierarchy here and say a shape contains blocks like so, and this is going to be a vector of entities, right? And then we're going to say, hey, you don't have transform, you don't have visibility, because a shape, right? And then we do the fun and interesting thing of being like spawn single. So instead, we're going to say your center is there and your blocks is a vec of center, right? Because technically it's children, but I don't plan on using any of Bevy's built-in like hierarchy stuff, and I feel like for the sake of like simplicity, I should avoid using a needlessly complicated thing and just like, hey, because I keep seeing people talk about like when you should split stuff into its own component. And I feel like this is sort of the opposite, where it's like there is a component that does exactly what I want, but it feels like it should be part of this so that I can do things like implement specific functions. So we should say like tetro.blocks, right? And iterate through the blocks like that. Nothing changes. Apparently I never use that, which we never need access to it in the first place. You useless, you useless, you useless. Okay. Cool. So because this now means that when I come to shape, I can say impulse shape. All right, and then we want to say you have a function called move. Right. Translate. And that's going to return a bool. Actually, so you should be called can translate. Right, and this is going to take in a vector blocks, which is a see, I'm starting to think I don't even need to keep the entity. I can just really update the board from the bottom up. See, I feel like you should take in board, right, like this. Self, right? Offset, which is going to be a I-vector. I feel like you should just be a reference to a board state, right, like that. And then we're returning whether you can move or not. So I reckon we should change this to being, I think you should just be an I-vector. We should just try our best to do this without needing the block themselves to keep track of who they are. So then, in theory, do we redraw the tetra every time? Interesting. I don't know. I'm trying to think how to do this. So for block in self dot blocks dot iter, right? We say for each of these blocks, we say next equal block dot. So first off, let me can move equals true. So when we apply gravity, we apply gravity to every block? No. Right, so first off, we need to grab shape. Excellent. And then instead of doing for children, we should say, we have the access to the board, I believe. So we should say for shape. Okay, because it's going to like tie this up. We say if shape dot can translate, give it a reference to the board and an offset of I-vec3 negative y. Then for block in shape. Ooh, okay. How do I How do I? So they're going to be in the same order, I believe. So we can say let old equal avec. No. Then we say for blocks in block, we say shape. So what we first of all need to do is dot blocks. Then we say old dot push shape dot board dot take block. I need to translate these. So first off, we need to go to board. What's that? Okay, so we're gonna say first off, you get a take. I'm just gonna mute self. We'll update this as we go. So block, which is an IVEC, IVEC 2, and then you will return an option entity, I think. Right, so then we say self.board. std mem take self.board block dot 5 times 10 plus block dot x as size. Does that work? I assume that works. Okay, so can translate's not done yet. You're an IVEC 3. Okay, so board.take, we need this to be mutable. Okay, you need to be dot. Right, so we're going to take the block, which is a reference. Okay, so you can find. No, I'm going to dereference it because I actually prefer passing in not by reference in this kind of situations. So dereference block. All right, so take. All right, so get the old ones. Right, then shape dot translate. So can translate. It's translate by offset, and then for block target in shape dot blocks dot iter dot zip old. All right, and then we say board dot board dot set. Right, so this is when we update set. Set should just take in a pos, which is a IVEC2. Right, and then we do this. Copy that. Paste that. Okay. Fine. Right, because you're not going to pause your block. Alright, so we set the block, we do that. Okay. And the translation is IVEC to neg y. Right, it's negative y, and then you're given block. Here is a block and target dot expect blocks should not be empty. Okay, so at some point we need to make a backwards link because we need to say like somehow the block knows, but we'll work on that later. So first off, we need to do the can translate. Can translate is the critical thing here. So it's pos dot position. Okay, cool. So can translate. So next. So can move next equals block dot block plus offset. Okay, and then we say what is if match board dot get we need to change get now, so block next the other missing arm. So okay is okay, wait, do we care? Okay, so wait. If self dot blocks equals dot contains next dot continue continue, right? Because if it's in the shape, we don't care. No, you expect a reference. Okay, so then this, and then we say most things are going to set can move equals false. The only one that doesn't is error block result. You do nothing. Yeah, so now we set get to being hello, yes. So your block IVEC2, so then it becomes let x block no, it's let IVEC2x comma y equals block dot position. Yep. Okay. So that's going to break something else. But anyway, can translate. Yeah. And then you get to here, and then you just say can. Right. All right. So next we need to implement translate. So fn translate, which takes in mute itself and an offset, and then says for block in self dot blocks dot header mute block plus equals offset. Okay, so that's how you translate, and then we apply gravity by we don't care block. Okay, that's interesting. Cool. So we say shape. We need mutable access to the shape. So now access to the shape in the board and do that. We do this. We say mute, and then we say here. We say iter on. Let's just change this to being nicer looking. Okay, so can fall we don't use anymore. So we say if you can translate down -y, let the old values ripple the old values, translate it by -y, and then insert the new values. Okay, terrible way of doing it. Absolutely atrocious because it's weird. Like I'm checking to see if there's enough empty space, and then okay, now ivec2 new 519. Okay, so the reason this is really, really bad is we're going to say your center is first off. Okay, do that. I'm still just getting my head slowly around. Okay. So why shape center is an ivec2. So why does start not work? Oh, because it's called center. Right. So I need to spawn. Okay. That's looking fine. So first off, it's when the block's position gets changed. So when we apply the translation, we're not updating that. So what we could do, since you're holding on to each entity, we could say instead of querying when the block changes, we could just do something silly like this when we say board, and that's going to be a res board state. Then we say if board dot change is changed. We need a comma. So basically we say if the board changes, redraw all the blocks. Except we want to implement some kind of iterator. Okay, I think we want like a, I want to change you to a vector, like so. So then we can rip out your specific size, right? Technically, it would be better over the hash map, but anyway. Width, which is a U32, and height, which is also a U32, right? So, and then we say, hey, this is just a vec, right? Width is 10, height is 20. You say vec, thank you. That should make everything the same, except we can now say self dot width and self dot height. 0 is correct. Self dot width. Right, they need to be I32s just for convenience. So you would also be self dot, and you would also be self dot width. Oops. This one. Right. So I should make everything work. I have no idea if it's actually gonna work. Anyway, So block, shape. Okay. Setup block. This sets the color. So this is block.get mute child. So we need to get the child out of the board. So okay, which is board set. Okay, so then we need to say iterate each, so you should be block. Okay, now each block in blocks, and then we say let okay entity equals board dot get block. Continue. We should probably warn block is empty, and then passing block. I'm double dereferencing, which is not correct. Okay, board.get white else. Okay, so then we say instead of passing in child, you pass in entity, like so, and then you just say entity. That is not a block, and then we say color. So that should, if it works, who knows if it's gonna work though. This should mean that gravity works, blocks work, without me needing to keep a reference everything. Now, admittedly, that is not where I intended to put you. Somehow, interesting, the block should. Right. Yeah, so the block is now sitting on the other block. Now, what's most interesting about that is it implies that visually they're there, which is incorrect. Why are you doing this to me? I think it's because I'm fetching the translation, which is incorrect. I should just be getting each block. So move block. Because I think, where'd my board go? That's not when I apply gravity. It's when I... Yeah, redrawing the whole thing every frame is a bad idea. But anyway, it's not every frame. If you're not moving any blocks, it doesn't redraw. But it's bad. So move block. If board is changed. Okay, so this redraws the blocks in the correct position each time. Right, so you iterate through the position, the block in blocks, which is the board state. Block. Sensation equals block dot position. Where the fuck are you getting block from? Here. So you iterate through, okay, you iterate through every block, which is incorrect. It's for x or y in board dot width for x in height height for x in board dot width it's 0 dot dot 0 dot dot. Okay, if let okay and entity equals board dot get ivec2 new x y else continue. Right, if you don't return anything, if you return anything but okay, then you're the wrong spot. Then we say blocks. So we say let block let okay block equal. We don't need we don't need this anymore, which is interesting. That's really interesting. So I kind of want to go like turn all this off because this is probably going to be breaking shit all the time. Okay, so let okay block equals blocks.get entity get underscore mute entity else continue but warn block x comma y entity and right no, okay. So then we say block translation equals as.x equals x as f32 times 64 block dot y translation dot y equals 1 as f32 times 64. Okay, we take block is mutable. Interesting. I mean, it should fix the problem. It's just, it's not a very good way of doing it because I need to keep track of things twice, which I'm trying to get rid of. It's like originally I was keeping the block in the entity itself, and then the issue with that is that when I move the block, okay, is there and it crashed, which is a new one. Block should not be empty. Blocks should not be empty. Wait, what? Expect. Apply gravity board dot set. All right, so when we say spawn single, are we just like not adding you to the board? Can I make the shape? Can I be like, let shape equal this, right? And then we want to replace this bit with this bit. Because I'm trying to make it like generalized so I don't have to do this every fucking time. So we're going to say if shape dot can spawn, right, and then passing board, a reference to board, right, like this. So we say if a shape can't spawn, which means we need to give shape a can spawn function, and then we just give you shape, right, like this, and then somehow, so no, we don't give you the child. You just fuck up with that. So we spawn a block. Okay. Like so. So I need two copies there. It's like a can spawn. So shape.can spawn. So we need to go to shape. And it's a hey, shape. We have a function called spawn. Because this means that when I give like when I add new shapes, I can be like can spawn and it'll be like no. And we need a board. Okay, so we then say for block in self blocks forward dot if forward dot get. Ooh, okay, do we have to match you? Can I say empty? That yes, yes equals true. This is another one of those annihilation things. Let me say here, let me say get let error. Okay, so I feel like I need to stop calling you board state. You should just be called board. Right, and we need to track down that error code thing. We need to say, hey, you're just a block state. Right? Let's undo all that. Let's do this properly. Here. Block state. So you either empty out of bounds or contains. And this will have an entity in it. Right, like that. So then instead of returning results like this, you will return a block state. Right. So then instead of returning error out of block state, you just say block state out of bounds. Right. And then you will return instead dot map. You think map's an option to an option? No. Map or returns the provided default result if none. Okay, which is if none block state empty. Otherwise v, and so v is the actual entity, and then we say block state contains v. Right. So set, and then so set says set it to sum, and then you take that. Okay. You clear that. Okay. So next we come down here and we say, hey, so can transform match this, and we say we can just reduce that and say block state empty can move is true. Okay, and then in here we can say let so can spawn block state empty. Do that. So equals board dot get block. Okay, so you'll do nothing, which is kind of interesting. Else, but no, it's like it's more like yes, because again we're going a little bit branchless here. When you say yes and equals block state equals empty, right? Okay, so block state apparently does not contain equals, which is derive partial equals equal. Okay. So we say for self the blocks, and then we say dot header, and I need to dereference you. All right. So we say yes, and then we need to return yes. So yes and can spawn. Right, so the idea of the yes ending is that we say let mute yes, so you can definitely spawn, and we go through each one and we say, hey, you can spawn if you currently can spawn the other option is just to break early. So we could say if return false, and then we say it does not equal. Otherwise, you just return true. I'm assuming this is a common enough thing that the compiler will optimize this into a state. If not, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. It's not like we're going to be calling this function very often. Anyway, so we say can spawn. Okay, so we want to say move block get. Okay. Block state contains. Move block. Okay, let's continue. Right. So center. So caret this. I don't think. You see commands.spawn block commands.spawn shape. I think we need to give the block the correct position, which is not really the correct thing to be doing. Interesting. So how do I go about the block? Here it's more like we need to say can spawn, and then we need to go like, I guess it's like shape.spawn, which then gets given maybe like this with commands, and then that's when you're going to do this. Spawn shape. I guess technically we should do that somewhere else. We could be like fn spawn shape, right? Which does this, and we say so we get our commands and we say new shapes. Well, actually, we don't. I think we just need shapes, right? Shapes, which is a query for shape. Just added shape, right? And then we can say for block in no, for shape in shapes. Then we go mute board, right, like that. Then we go, okay, so reference shapes. Okay, and then we say for block in shape dot blocks dot iter, and we say let block equal commands.spawn, but instead of being, so your position is equal to block. I think you don't get anything actually. It's just not give you it. Let's say block contains no data. It's just like a flag. The thing, I think, I don't know. Let's just make block a flag for now. We mightn't even need to mark each block. So we say spawn block. Right. So when we spawn a block, we need to also say its transform. So we spawn a block and we say your transform is from translation. Translation from translation, which is going to be block dot as vec2 dot extend 1. Actually, I should probably extend and then as vec2. I have no idea if this is faster or not. Dot as vec3 dot And also it should be 0, not 1. Times by 64. Okay, no, that's block times 64 dot extend dot as vector. My reasoning for this is faster to multiply integers than to multiply floats. Convert, because it's faster to insert a single integer than it would be to convert, then insert. Again, I'm adding speed for literally no reason, but because I find it interesting to try and optimize shit as much as I can unnecessarily in most cases. So then we say, so we set the block to the correct position, which is good. And then we say, what do we need? We need a sprite. Right, and then we say image is, how did I end up somewhere else again? I need to go here, I need to say block image, right? And then we say block image.get, right? You think every and color is shape.color, and then the default like that, right? So I feel like I should destroy the tetramers every time. Maybe not though. Maybe our block, and then somehow we have our block here, and we say .id, right? And then we say board dot set block ID, and then we say ID. That okay. Dereference. So what we have there. So when we spawn a shape, we spawn all of its blocks and set them in the board. And a rule with spawning a shape is the shape must be valid, which means technically I can spawn additional shapes, because this checks to see if the shape can spawn. See, we still check if it can spawn here, if it can't re-return, which in theory, I also feel like these should be relative offsets to the center, because I think that would be easier to keep track of. Maybe not though. Computationally wise, it's probably not. Anyway, so when we set up a block, we don't need to set up blocks anymore, because when we spawn them properly now. Now moving a block seems like it. Right. I need to work out a better way of moving blocks. Because here we're redrawing the whole board. In theory, I could only update the pieces that actually moved. For now, we're going to leave it because I really can't think of a better way of doing that. Anyway, so setup blocks no longer needed. So once per frame, we we move blocks, which is actually technically redrawing blocks. Spawn shape. Now, spawn shape needs to happen. So applying gravity happens in a fixed update. Interesting. So I feel like spawning shape should happen pre-update. And this should be renamed to draw. Because it literally does not move them. It just sets, yeah, technically it's moving them. It sets their position. Absolute, which is, it's a bit silly, but that should hopefully fix it back to a working state. Okay, our block is falling down. Does our block stop at the bottom? Question is, if we spawn a second block. Okay, so you hit the bottom, and this block's on its way down. Okay, boop, okay. Right. That's working. So next is to do something silly. Right, so we're adding a player controller. That's where all of this came from. So we have a shape, and we don't need the children anymore. That's why we did that, is because we decided that we didn't want to have to carry children around. We just want to be able to have a reference to the board. So move player is a shape that is currently the player target. We also need access to the board. Board, which is a res create board. Board, like so. Right, so now we have access to the board as well. So we go, the shape the player is currently targeting. If input.justPressed key code A. Key A, isn't it? Key A. I should really swap over to like an input manager right away. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we want to say leaf wing input. Let's Google that because leaf wing input manager. I'm swapping over to leaf wing straight away because I feel like if I implement a whole bunch of stuff before migrating, it's going to be so much harder to migrate. So we just say leaf wing input manager. Okay. So technically we need to go something like struct player. All right, it's in settings. Like so, derive component. Not static, struct. Okay, struct settings. Then we go fn spawn set up settings. Right, like so, like so, like so. We need commands. Okay, then we say commands dot spawn. Okay, so enum player inputs. So now you need to derive leaf wing input manager action like think. So you need to somehow be reflect, which means you need to be clone copy defaults. Apparently hash re-equal par equal. God. Hash equal par equal. You done yet? Does not implement debug. Okay, we need debug. You done yet? Okay, cool. Now you can play in the default. Doesn't. Okay. Let's get rid of default. We don't need a default action. Clone copy. Okay. There we go. So we need to move left. Move right, move down. Right, so there are our three inputs right now. Move left, move right, move down. Okay, so shape. Okay, so it's not that. We need to say settings, which is going to be a query for our settings, like so. Then we say let settings equal settings dot single. Okay, like so. And then we say if settings dot just. Okay. Oh, wait, no, it's not settings. It's leaf wing. So we need to probably bring in the leaf wing default use leaf wing input manager prelude. Excellent. So we need to say something like input. Okay, input map. No. So we're going to get an input manager bundle and see what two components. Action state. Action state. Player input. Okay, so then we want to go here. We're going to settings. We need to spawn into with settings. I mean, technically, if we only spawn one set of settings in, okay, we'll make it multiplayer. No, for now. In the future, we can make it multiplayer, but we just need to spawn in input map and input action state. Action state default. Default, but action state then needs to be a player input. Okay, so we've done that. New. We need like a. We need to say something like key code key a player input move left key code key D player inputs move right key code key S player input move down. Okay, now why do you not work? Yeah, but it doesn't need to be a fucking bundle. Why? So you're saying you're not a bundle because of one of these action state, maybe? You are a component, input map. Also a component. Wait, what do you mean you're a resource? Well, first off, these need to go the other way. Yes, excuse me. It's player left. Player right. Player down. Does that work? Yes, that worked. So the fact that it's saying that this could be set as a resource, like these could be resources, I could just literally insert them. So maybe we should just do that. That sounds like a much smarter idea. I suspect it's something like insert resource. And then dot insert resource. I suspect this is going to work very much on the concept that when I go here, instead of saying settings, if we say res action state player input, I suspect that that is the settings. So then we say settings dot what? Disabled. Right. Dot just pressed. Player input move left, and then we say if shape dot, we need you to be mutable, don't we? Okay, so then if shape dot can, we need to fucking make it all public, don't we? Where apply gravity spawn single? No, it's up here. Something like that's because that's input deck. Nope. We want shape. I put shape somewhere. Shape. Input shape. There it is. Okay, so can translate, affecting a board and an offset. Translate. Now, is there a way that I can fold this can translate? So if I called translate, I would need to give you access to what? We call translate here. So we keep track of the old. Sure. Let's go like, hey, can we cut this and then just say shape dot translate I back to -1. Right? And then in here we need to pass in and blocks. Nope, just the board. And in theory, I could then make it check if it can translate, and I could just say board translate. Beautiful. So instead, we should just say, hey, shape.translate. Like that. Right. And then translate here takes in mutable self and a board, which is then, I don't know why it keeps bringing that with it. Anyway, a mutable reference to the board. And then we say, if can't self dot can translate board offset, return, then paste this code in, where we have the translate, put that code in. There we go. Okay, so now we're doing 3 loops, which seems bad, but surely one of these loops can be condensed. All right, so probably this one. So we can put you to mute you. And then we say the reference block plus equals offset. Like so. Technically using less loops than it was before, because now we iterate through. And we iterate back through. So because we can condense those loops, because we can go say, hey, translate. All right, so what that technically means, again, especially making it public. I came in here to make it public and I ended up rewriting public. Okay, so you can call translate on it. Actually, can translate technically isn't, but anyway. maybe I should also have like uncheck yeah, I'll add it when I need it. I was gonna say I should add like a translate unchecked, which then it checks and then it translates. Anyway, so if you just press that, say shape.translate, give it. So we need mutable access to the board because we're obviously moving stuff. So we give it a mutable reference to the board and offset of ivec to negative x because we're moving to the left. Right. We actually don't even need to say if. We just say if you press that shape move. Can't borrow. We also no longer need access to the key codes. Okay. Then we need to say move right x, please. Okay, and then we need different logic for if it's down. Because if the player presses down, there's two things you can do in Tetris when you press down. You either snap to the bottom straight away, or you can just increase the tick speed. So okay, so we say plugin. We add these two, and we say play move. Okay, so we have to go back to main, and we have to go. Hey, when you're adding these plugins, you have the board plugin, and we also have the deck plugin. Right. So with that, we have our board, we have our deck. We should, in theory, be able to move left and right. That's something to consider. We need to go, hey, this is why I swapped to Leafwing, because it makes this code really easy to do. We say arrow left, arrow right, arrow down. Yeah, technically down does nothing, but anyway. And we can add controller support too, which is nice. But it means I don't have to like go in here and have like different cases. It's like, nope, you move left or you move right. I am curious. What are you all complaining about? Right, you're complaining that player move is public, which it doesn't need to be. Who knows? Because we compiled Leafwing, Tetris compiled there. So theoretically, because I changed the code and saved it before it compiled, it should work. But we'll find out. Anyway. Alright, so if we scroll up to the top and we say, hey, press 1. I am not constantly pressing those keys. I think I've said if not. If just pressed, move left. Why do you seem to always think I am pressing move left? I must have set gravity to being diagonally down somehow. Yeah, -1. No, -y. -y. Gravity is diagonally down, apparently. It's very much incorrect. We also have to say when we spawn single, can you attach? You spawn the shape. I need you to spawn in player target. Right? It's the player's target, and then gravity wise. apply gravity, translate. So you need to then return we used to just say true. So we're returning whether we translate it or not, simply because at some point I need to be like, hey, when gravity happens, apply gravity. And we say if with player target, then we say, and we need an entity as well. Entity, like that. Okay. Then we need to say shape. Well. Okay, then we remove player target like that. Right. Okay, so first up, only the player target can move down, which isn't perfect because in theory we want certain shapes to be able to move down. I mean, technically, with what I was describing, I want all shapes to always move down. Well, that's interesting. So first off, you said that 519 is an invalid block, which is weird. Has invalid entity. But 77 was a valid entity. What? Somewhere I say has invalid entity. Where is this? This is drawing blocks. Why? What are you looking for? A block with a transform. Well, fucking all the blocks have transforms. Who the fuck deleted your transform? You're saying set the 77. When do I set you? Spawn single. So we spawn the shape. Right, and then spawn shape should happen. So spawn single happens pre-update. Okay, so that makes me think I should move drawing the shapes into post-update. Now, for some reason, it only moved a single block before it decided that it had hit the ground. Which, to me, seems a little odd. Why would you think you'd hit the ground? Okay, so yeah, again, you, for whatever goddamn reason, you think you hit the ground. At that point. Now, why would you think you hit the ground? Ah, yes, of course. Because it's if you don't transform. Also, that's one way to catch that bug. Pretty good. Anyway, I also want to apply gravity to just always work on all blocks. The idea being that I will split TOMLs when you remove a line, and then they'll fall if they can fall, which means that like if you have a uppy block and you remove the line below it, it'll fall in. Okay. So for whatever reason, my input's not working. Okay, cool. Can we get you to stop informing me of every single movement of every block? It's only slightly annoying. So yeah, I don't give a shit. I've got a move prefix. Scroll camera. Okay, so board, deck. Okay, so move, play move. If yes, no, I worked out what's wrong. I haven't put the leaf wing plugin in. Leaf wing input manager. Prelude plugin. Input manager plugin. I'm assuming you need like a deck player input. Right, then we just have to come down here. We just have to say a deck. You need to be public. Thank you. Parents. Okay, so this should make it so that I can move. Dun, 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 dun. Press 1. We go, hey, look, move to the left, move to the right. And then when it hits the bottom, we can't move it anymore. Like press 1, send the next one down. Right, I have to keep pressing. Right, so we should probably have a version of move player. Let's rename this to Insta move player. That's just a horrible word. I don't know. Move player. I have to rename it like this. Move player. Just. And then this is move. Player moves. Tick. And that just changes it to press. Right. Alright, and the idea of this is we'll put this in fixed update. Fixed update. Fixed update. Player move ticks. The idea being that if you hold the key, I want it to continue to tick you over. But if you spam click the key, you can move over more than one spot per frame. Or like per tick. So, since it's 3 ticks per second. So that should mean like holding the key can move you. Okay, so I guess next, which is like a board thing, we need to say I guess it's not spawn shape, it's spawn single. And we're gonna go Okay. No, so we should just look at a fucking function. This is fn next. Right. So we need 2 decks, right? Wait, why am I deriving? That's not how this works. So we need to say active. It could be a query for a Here's just be empty with player target, like so, and then we say deck, which is going to be a res deck, crate deck. They call it an active deck, right? Because I have a plan, so I'm thinking we can have the I want to say you want 3 separate decks. You have the active deck, the resetting deck, and the current deck. Well, the total deck, the resetting deck, and the current deck. The idea being that like you have a deck where when you consume something that's a once per round thing, it's gone from that deck, but it's still in your top deck, so that when you start the next round, it comes back, and then like a deck of things that can currently be drawn, like a draw pile. So this is going to be a current deck. Right, and this is going to be filled with shapes. Shapes, which is the vec of shapes. I don't think that's the right shape. Maybe it is the right shape. Okay. So then we want to go here. We're going to shape. Back. Shapes. Right. The vector of shapes. Okay. So current deck. This needs to be public so that we can. Yeah, it doesn't need to be public. We can say import current deck. So we're going to go here. We're going to go. We need to say like init resource deck. Init resource current deck. Right. So first off, we need to say fn refill deck. And this just takes in mute current res mute current deck, right? Like this, and then we say deck, which is just a res deck, and then we say well, if no, we probably just say do that as its own thing. We want to go something like for shape in deck, but shapes iter current dot shapes dot push shape dot clone. That should work. And then the reference to shape. Okay, so dereference shape. Okay, I just want to make shapes clone. So we shape here. We say, oh, you can take it. Okay, so can you derive clone then at least? You have a vector, so I don't really want to. Yeah. So, hence, these 2 pieces of information, but this piece of information is different. It's not like the others. So, U should be a sequence of offsets. So technically, that means that this should be 0, 0, right, like that. So you just have the single block in the center. Right. And then when I say can translate, we say blocks iter, and we say blocks plus self dot center. Right. So that's how we can translate. And that means that when we offset you, block equals self dot center plus block. Right, and then we say self dot center plus equals offset, and then we say block equals self dot center plus block. Right. Okay, don't need any reference you. And what was, why does it not work here then? Right, we don't need you to mute. We can just make you iter. Right, like that. No, we don't do reference. Alright, so then we can just move the center. That's how we translate you. Good. Alright, so then active deck. Alright, so it's not, apparently we called it current deck, which is funny. I can't even get naming consistent across files. Okay, so first off, we say current shape. So we say shape clone. Okay. So that's the brief of the deck, and then we need to dot add underscore systems first. So first thing we do each frame is we say refill deck. We say run if I need to do something like this. Res current deck dot shapes dot is that a valid? Okay, that's a valid run condition, everybody. That's a fucking amazing. Anyway, deck. Okay, so we need to import deck. Import from world deck. fban world. Okay, world. No, it's usually deck, and then the starting deck is literally going to be shapes vec shape center is let's just say shape. My brain is melting right now. Ivec new 0 0, right? So and then its blocks are vec ivec to new 0 0, and your color is was it Bevy color palette CSS red, right, and then we want to go grab another shape. This shape is going to be negative one in the Y direction. Yeah, cool. And you can be blue. Technically. I'm gonna be like light blue. So that's the real Tetris. Except you are like that, I think. No, wait, no, they need to stay. It's you need to go, you need to go, you need to go. You need to go. Okay, so okay, so we have a red single block, and then our blue line block, which ticks down, which means it shouldn't instantly break. Current deck. Okay, so current deck doesn't implement from world. Okay, so we need to implement from world for current deck. From world for current deck. From world. So let new deck, not new, let deck equal world dot resource deck, right? And then we say for shape in deck dot shape wait, can I just say current deck shapes is deck dot it's a very risky word to be typing so much. I keep feeling I'm going to type the word deck instead. Dot shape, but yet clone dot collect, something like that. Okay. Wait, what? Dot to vec. Can I just say that? Like, what are you saying I should be doing? To vec? Is it this clone? Okay. Yeah, fuck it. I'm not even going to randomize it at the moment. I will randomize it in the future, but I feel like it's one of those it's not worth implementing randomization for the fact that there's only 2 blocks. It also means that it's more consistent. Okay, so right, we were supposed to be going deck, right? So deck, right? So in deck we need to implement current deck, right? So pub next, which calls mute self and returns a shape, which then should be self dot shape dot pop dot expect always at least one shape. Oh, yeah. Was at least one shape. Okay, so we go board and we say, heck, when you're going for next shape, we're going to say if active dot get single dot is okay return. Okay, then we say otherwise you need to be res mute because you're going to consume. Right. So how the hell was I spawning a single shape? Spawn single. We simply say if the conditions are right, spawn the shape. So we just say deck dot deck dot next. And they say shape got can spawn. Well, so we need access to the board. So and commands. So there's one thing I can see going wrong here, and that's that I have to make sure that every shape that I design can be spawned at the top of the board, which isn't necessarily always going to be the case for some of the power-ups I've got in mind, of like a heavy, which will set that to being the pivot point, so that like some things can pivot differently. The issue with that is that means that like if a heavy is at the bottom, it's possible that it won't be able to spawn. So I guess the way to do that would be to make sure that the heavy is always at the highest point, and never allow anything to be wider than 5. Though it would be hilarious to allow the player to be able to customize blocks, not just like by adding modifiers to them, but by like actually making them longer. So you can make like an Uber Tetris piece, because you could make like a 6 long block. That I love that, so I'm going to do that. But so for now, I kind of feel like making a really dumb. Did I cut that? That's kind of funny. Anyway, next spawn next, which is going to run in fixed update with like gravity, wherever that is. Gravity. Spawn next. Okay, so if I go, this is gonna spam my thing with shit, because I need to stop it from wherever it does that. It's in board somewhere. Just find the word info and go, hey, can you not inform me that you've set a block? That would be eternally grateful, so you don't spam my damn thing with shit. Okay. Apparently there's just a block in the corner. How did they get there? Oh, because I'm telling you to spawn at 0, 0. And then of course the next block can't spawn. So when I pick that, I need to say, like, this is why I was kind of saying it doesn't make sense to have them be the way that they are. Anyway, so we need to say here, we need to say a shape dot center. I guess that doesn't matter. Yeah, center equals I think. Here. 5, 16. No, not 16, 19. I should probably put that into the board somehow, so that, like, I know that the player can set it, but like as the board gets taller. Oh, it did not like that. Blocks should not be empty. Indeed, it should not. How did you end up in that corner again, though? Yeah, okay, so can spawn should have come back true. It did, because it spawned it. But then you are not offsetting it correctly. So when I say spawn shape, I think is probably when it's going on. So spawning shape. When I spawn a shape, I don't just give you the block. I need to say, like, block equals shape at center. Block. Like that. Like that. Okay. Okay. That should be in the right spot. I don't know how you're ending up empty. Hilariously, because if you're not spawning the block yet. But something's causing you not to run the. It must be the same. It must be emptying the same frame as it's trying to spawn something. Excuse me, but that is not the block that you should be spawning. Excuse me again. That is... Why are you always spawning the red block? I feel like you must be fucking... Best bet. You're somehow triggering twice. Somehow you're siphoning away both of the blocks every time. So we only call you next, spawn next. You only called once, right? Right, and he's called in fixed update. So when I spawn a shape, I spawn player target, which means the next time you run, it has to exist, which means that you shouldn't be spawning. How are you siphoning two things away? Okay, well, the question just go here. Okay, hey, if I swap these two around, will you only spawn 4 high blocks, or will you still only spawn 1 block? Technically, it could be that when you're trying this, you shouldn't. Okay, so it's obviously failing to spawn the longer block. That's interesting. So why are you failing to spawn the longer block? That should be something we should probably be logging, maybe? Because okay, we need to make sure that no matter what the player does, okay. Ah, yeah, okay. Block. Block equals block self.center plus. So we were not updating the fact that I've changed how it works. Okay. You're still not spawning the goddamn... Oh. Oh. Well, not quite sure what happened there. I am assuming you're hitting your set. Right, which means that can translate needs to say... right, we need to say... It's not self.blocks that contains. Okay, no, so it's block plus offset. So current plus offset. So it's more like we need to be like... do that, check that, let me next plus equals self.center. Right. Like so. Which means it can't self-collide anymore. I still don't know how it's getting the red block first. Okay, so we've got the lovely Tetrisy blocks falling. So next, we need to kind of make the logic more generalized for can spawn. So I don't want to turn the shape. Like I always want the shape to spawn in the orientation that I configure it. So one thing is I can configure the line to be sideways. And then I don't have to put the center, the pivot point at the end. But I also like the idea of like just trying lower until you find a spot that it can spawn. The issue with this is it means that if the player makes like a really wide piece, it could... You need some kind of algorithm that alternates left and right, so it can check like the center piece, then the center left, and then the center right. And it's like the piece won't ever be rotated, but I can check to see if there's anywhere on the board that it'll fit without instant killing you. Which sometimes could might fuck you over, because if you like build a pillar in the middle and it spawns it to the right, and it's like not the right side, you can't get to the left. But I do like that idea somewhat. So first up, we have access to the board. So what we can do is say board dot width divided by 2 and board dot height. Right, so that should in theory put you in the center and at the top, right? And then we go for okay, so for y in 0 dot dot board dot height. Okay, so we say if and then for x in 0 dot dot board dot width divided by 2. I don't know. Again, we're checking to see if it can spawn, so it should like always find, like even if I'm going over the edges, it'll just check outside of the thing. So we then go if okay, so we need a start equals this. Okay. And then we go, hey, can you equal start dot x okay, wait, no, you see to be center. All right, so then also you need to be -1. All right, so next equals center minus 5x to new x, y. Right, u equals start, and then we say if shape can spawn board, then commands, okay, and return. If shape, okay, and then we say that next equal center minus effect to new negative x, y. If shape dot can spawn in the board, then return. So else you get to here and you say one Failed to find valid spawn for shape. Okay, cool. So center. Next. You equal next. Thank you. Okay. So this should mean. Apparently, you don't need to move it. Okay. That no matter what, if there's a spot in the board that it can spawn, it will spawn. Now, if I just like let them float for a little while. Because that in theory means that I can now go here and say decks, the default deck of this, you can now be 1 and you can now be 1, right? Which means that in theory, oh look, it spawned to the side. Now what's interesting is they should all spawn on this side, right? Until this side's full, at which point they should spawn on this side. Because it checks here, then it checks here, then it checks here, then it checks here, then it checks there, 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 then it checks there. Because if I checked like that way, they would spawn on this side, which sucks. I want them to spawn in the middle. Hey, look at that. Look at the pretty colors. I do feel like I need to make them slightly smaller because they are taking up a lot of screen space. I feel like the ability to scroll is a good idea, but like it does make that little bit concerning of like trying to chase the shape. One way, I guess, is you could just follow the shape down. So then when it hits the bottom, it teleports you back to the top. That could work. I don't know. We'll get it later. So next, I guess, as we add like rotation. So player move, right? And then we say can. Okay, so we need to shape.rotate, right? How does one rotate a shape? I think you flip the X and the Y. But there needs to be -1. So you need to make positive Y's, positive X's. Positive X's, negative Y's. Okay, that seems easy enough. So let's track down shape somewhere in here. There'll be a called shape somewhere in the deck. Shape. Right, so shape can translate. So we need to be like pub can rotate. How the fuck does can translate? Right, we are checking a lot of stuff redundantly. That's kind of fun. Anyway, self board. I'm gonna say you can only rotate in one direction and irrotable. And then we say nope, don't do that. So this is how it worked, but instead of adding an offset, we need to say block. Okay, so we need to go if okay, so if you've got a positive Y, so we just say let next. So next needs to equal a an I vec 2. Right. Which needs an X and it needs a Y. Right. So for the X to be positive, you need to be at a negative Y position. So if Y is less than, so if you're at a negative Y position, you become a positive. So if it's less than 0, then you then X equals block dot Y. If you're a negative Y, you become a positive X. Right? Negative Y's become positive X's. Right. And then else if your Y is less than 0, so if you're negative Y, the other time your X will change is if you are a positive Y. Else if Y is greater than 0, you will become a locked up. You will become a negative Y. Now that tells me that you're, because if you're positive, we want to become a negative X. Yes, negative X, negative X. Positive Y's become negative X's. That just tells me that you just equal negative. Right, like so. X just equals negative Y. I think that's just how you rotate. And then I'm going to assume that it's the same for you. But let's just mentally go through it. So if you're a negative X, if you're a negative X, you're going to become a negative Y. So I think you just, Y is just equal to X. Right. So then we say, well, what contains next? Okay, so then we say pub and rotate. Right, and I think this is just going to use self and then just return the boolean. And it needs access to the board. I think you need visual access to the board. Okay, so when we call rotate, we first say if not can rotate. Return false. Okay, then we say if we just need to go. How do you work? So you first you check and then you say let old, grab the old. So we grab all the old by iterating through the blocks. Right, and then we say self.center equals offset. So don't do that. So we have to iterate through immutably, and then we have to say dereference. So when you say something like let x equal negative block dot y, then block dot y equals block dot x. I think right y. Just do it this way because it seems simpler than we say block y is equal to y. I know that if I don't do it this way, I'm gonna end up. I need to save one of the values because otherwise it gets overwritten. I'm just not sure which of the values I need to save, and therefore I'm just going to save both. So we say copy x. So we copy the y, then we overwrite the y. So I think we can go and condense these into a single line. So block.x. So because we copy we're to save the y, we overwrite the y, and then can set the x, which we set to negative anyway. So because we can't do it here because otherwise it'll be over. Okay, so then block is the reference state. Okay, and then center that, so we call rotate. Okay, so in theory, if we go back to deck, which is fucking where I control the player, which is just the most stupid thing, if settings dot press player input move up, it's called rotate. I need to add that as a thing, rotate. Okay, shape dot rotate. You'd like to, okay. So then we need to go up here and we need to say somewhere I initialize this plugin, and we need to go, hey, I need you, when I press rotate, and this is going to be W. Arrow up, also called rotate. Okay, cool, run that, and let's have a squeeze. What happens? Okay, well, nothing happens with this shape because it's a square. What about this shape? Why can I? Oh, because I can only put it in. I only put it in the tick spot, which means you can only rotate once every 3 seconds. Okay, run that bad boy, and let's see. Really need that Tetris music. I need the ability to drop these pieces. Alright. Uh-oh. Oh no, my Tetris. Come on, come on, come on. Tetris. That's not a Tetris though. Anyway, what was I doing? So we could clear lines and then give the player score. We just clear lines. So that's like a board thing. So do I check for lines every frame? Sure, why not? You need mutable access to the board simply because if I do find a line, I want to clear it. And in theory, that's where my gravity comes in, because when you clear a line, I'm not going to tell the game to move it down. Gravity will take over. And in theory, it should work because... Yeah, but you need to go into each shape. So, kind of need to know the Tetris that each shape is attached to. So, like, each block kind of needs to have it. You need a shape, right, which is an entity. Like, you need to be linked to your shape so that I can remove you from said shape. Okay, So we come down here. Okay, so you need to get access to your shape, which is pretty easy. You say shape is equal to. You need to include your entity. So, and then we say something like E. Let me see. E. Thank you. Now nothing changes. We just each block now knows what shape it's a part of. Which means when we say clear lines, we need that. We also need access to all the shapes. So we need a query. Yeah, shapes, which is a query for the shape, right? Let me see those. Blocks, which is a query for block, right? So get all the data. That might be all we need. You need to be mutable so we can clean up. Okay, then we're just gonna go something like for y in 0 dot dot or dot height for x in 0 dot dot or dot width. No, board width. All right, so it's something like let line equal true. I'm really using a lot of these true and then until false. So it was like line equals true, and then we say for if shape it's something like more like so like it's like line end equals or dot get block I back to new x y equals does not equal block state empty. So if it's not empty, cannot mutate line. So okay, so zip through the line, tell me the results. If line, then I need to go through x again, and we need to say iterate through x again. Then we need to say something along the lines of let block state contains equals blocks equals board dot get block. Maybe I should keep a list. Don't know. I feel like this is a double lookup kind of situation, but anyway, I back to new xy, right? So get else error line has empty space. I guess we'll just continue. Doesn't really matter. Clear the line anyway. So we say board. Okay. So we have the entity. Then we need to say okay. Block equals blocks dot get entity, right? Else error I just think it looks nice like that, and so that's why I'm going to do it like that. Okay, so we say continue, because again, we don't want the game to break because something's wrong here. We just want to error it because it shouldn't be doing that. Anyway, so then we say block, and then we say let okay shape equals block dot shapes dot get block dot else. We need to get that mutably. Get. Okay. So else block dot shape. No. Else error. It's also not this. It's block dot shape. So sadly we can't do it again. It is not shape. Block dot shape. Okay, like that, and then we continue again. Now we should probably do some kind of contiguity check at some point to make sure that, like, if you split a shape in half by cutting it, it becomes two shapes. But at the moment, we're going to say, like, hey, like, even if these shapes have a gap in the middle, that'd be a really cool block as well. Is one that's like acts transparent, like a gravity gun block or something that like can hold a block. So you can have like a shaped lander that's got a gap in the middle. That's kind of cool. You mean it's a scientific image? Anyway, so you get the shape. Okay, and then we gotta get something like. First off, you need to be mutable. We need to say shape dot blocks dot remove okay, that's annoying. Is IVEC new X and Y. Right, so now we can pass in position here. And then we pass in pos minus shape dot center. Okay. That's how that works. But is slice capacity contains dedupe drain. Yucks. All right. Go 0 for block in shape dot blocks dot iter if block equals pos. Okay. Okay, if block equals pos break, index plus equals 1. Okay. Okay, and then we say shape dot blocks dot remove index. That's a really horrible way of doing it because it requires me to iterate through all the blocks to find the block that's looking the right one, but I can't remove, so I need to use a set, and a set would just be just as computationally redundant. All right, so we remove the block from the shape, and then we say board dot clear. All right, so clear needs to be updated, so we need to clear not that position. Right, we need to go here, it'd be like board dot clear. I don't think we ever care about the actual block being in here again, so we just need to say, hey, you need to be replaced with this bit, right? And then you just take in a block. Ooh, what'd you get there? Okay, so he's bringing in that, and then we do that. Okay, clear is never used. Okay, cool. What do you mean clear is never used? Am I just never calling the scroll camera width? Ah, because lines is never used. Somewhere there's a plugin. Okay, so clearing lines. How does clearing lines look? So is that going to be everything? I wonder. So we say if line for x in board width, that position, and we say, okay, so then we get the block at that position, then we get that block's data, so we get the entity of the block, then we get the block's data, then we get the shape that that block belongs to, and we remove the block from the board, which we can probably do right away. Because we don't clear it and then get it, clear it. Get the block, get the shape, get the index of the block inside the shape, remove the block from the shape. Okay. Now we need to make some more funky looking shapes so that it's actually possible to Tetris. The fuck is wrong with my brain? Let's add some more Tetris-y shit. We should probably add some little shuffling to our Tetris. Tetris. It's in the deck. It's the deck from World. Okay. So first off, let's go over to the Wikipedia page of the Tetrises. Why am I working? Here we go. Okay. So. The red one they're all made of exactly 4, I believe. Let's do that. All right, so you are the red one. The red one goes -1, 0, -1, 0, -1, and then your -1, +1. I believe that is the red one, right? So -1, 0, down 1, left 1. Break down. Okay. Yep. Okay. So that's the red one. Let me just copy. There we go. Hello, you are yellow. And now I'm just going to play Tetris. So the yellow is -1, +1, and +1. I think it's -1, +1. So -1 on the X. And again, I gotta try and set it so it doesn't spend ages looking. So it's -1, -1, minus, minus. Okay, yep, that looks like the yellow. Right? So next shape is green. I think on light green. No, not like blue, light green. Okay. So light green is up one. So up one, across one, down one. Okay, that's light green. I don't know how many there are. Purple. Okay, so purple goes one down, one to the left, one to the right. Have I got yeah, okay. So you're down one, that's up one, down one to the left, one to the right. Okay, so that's purple. So there's still dark blue. And then I think orange. There might be all the shapes. That or they're not all on the thing. Okay, anyway, so dark blue goes, so again, it needs to be around the pivot point, not just where I feel like putting it. So you need to be up one, up two. And then your 0, and then your -1. Like I can put whichever one I want first, but like the pivot point is around the 0. All right, and then -1. Okay, and then that's dark blue, and then we need orange, and then orange is just +1 instead of -1. I think that's all of them. And for those of you who don't know, that's how Tetris works. It actually it generates one of every shape the way I'm doing my deck, except it shuffles it obviously, which I'm going to go tell it to do. So it's you will get one of every shape, I believe, before you get a repeat. There might be some restrictions. Like I mean, the original Tetris, I definitely just was random, but like modern Tetris will basically it's what they call bags. So it'll grab one of every shape, shuffle it, and then pull that until there's nothing left, and then grab another lot and shuffle it and keep pulling that until there's nothing left, which is basically what I'm going to do, except we need to go current deck. I'm going to go shape. So when we do this, we need to go, so we include rand. So include rand, and then we go back to deck here, and we go hate deck. Ooh, that's good. Gross. Okay, let me say so deck equals that, and then we go down here and say deck dot shapes dot shuffle. Rand RNG. And then we need to pass deck. Okay, so you don't like that because you want a mutable. Like that? Okay, cool. RNG, shuffle the deck. I don't know why all this Bevy stuff's recompiling. They must rely on Rand. Maybe, possibly, I don't know. Let's just try not to be boring while I wait for shit to compile. Wait, how does it know I'm playing Tetris? It's kind of fun. It knows. Now, here's an issue. I can't see the whole board, so it is very difficult to play Tetris. Can I? Well then. I feel like I need to give myself a little bit more leeway to get shit in. Okay. Okay. There's some quality of life stuff that needs to happen. Primarily being that, like, you need a little bit more leeway before you get a shape stuck. Oh no. That wasn't me being bad at Tetris. That was my rotation code doesn't allow you to oh god. Like, it physically wouldn't allow me to rotate the shape the right way. Wow, it was a really long time between long blue faces, wasn't it? Oh god damn it. I swear I used to be good at Tetris. That's a horrible spot to put that. Ah! No! God, it feels like shit. I'm pretty bad at Tetris. I'm actually not bad at Tetris, but this game is not very good Tetris. Primarily being that I can't rotate this piece because it would collide. I like that it's just going to keep finding spots to stick them. That is actually pretty funny, and then it crashed. Blocks should not be empty. How did it get empty? It must have triggered twice? Right, because if it doesn't spawn one, it'll try again, like, immediately. No. God damn it. Okay. I definitely needed to stop doing those double moves. How I'm going to go about that, I don't know. But please, for the love of God, please let me actually, like, prove that I'm somewhat decent at Tetris. This is a really bad version of Tetris. I'm going to do that. Stop double rotating! Fuck! Kind of bad, kind of bad. Let's see if I can get this. Give me a good piece, please. I should be able to get 2 lines, please. Please, 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 please work. Yeah, I don't think that... It's still playing. It's just horribly desynced. That's kind of funny. So what went wrong? The shape's just falling. We need to ignore the player shape. Because what happened there is I made a line and the player's shape hadn't touched yet, which is fun as a concept. I should really be noting some of these down. Like, just... Okay, so we want like a sand block. Stick to its shape once landed. The idea being that like if you had like a long piece with a sand block in the middle, as soon as it's landed, the sand block will fall out and like respect gravity. So then we have gravity block. So this would gap in shape. Right, because it's basically the idea being like when you're building a shape as the player, you have to physically connect each shape. Like the shape will have to be completely connected when it spawns, and the idea being like gravity shape will allow you to have like a gap in between, so you can have like holding it, and it also means that like if it gets destroyed, like the gravity keeps these two shapes connected. Anyway, so I guess a lightning block. So I'm thinking a lightning block will complete row even if blocks still falling. Right, so your lightning blocks. So then we want a weight block sets the pivot point and makes block fall faster. Let's pivot. So we need like multipliers. So I guess what we should do is probably split this into its own group, like math blocks. So number makes so then we want mult for okay. So basic math. I don't really know what the add would do. I don't think add ads. It's ads sort of numbers. So there's some basic blocks that we can add, but we're gonna come up with that stuff. Anyway, so clearing rows works. Okay, so we need to change the clearing row because for some reason it broke the whole thing. Is that it can't be using a shape. So I need to query the block. So we kind of need to like match forward.get ivec to new x and y. Okay. So block stay empty. Line equals. I just continue. No, continue y. Let me just say y. Okay, so continue y. So if you find an empty block, continue. Contains. Okay. Well, it's block, isn't it? Let. Okay. Block. Equal blocks dot get block. Else continue. Dash y. You should definitely report error. Block. More like block is not a block. Okay, so then we need to say let. Okay, shape equal dot shape shapes dot get block dot shape. Else player target. So we'll grab the player target like so. It's not shapes, it's player. And then this is just continue. Why? And that's technically not an error. We don't care what you return. We just need to check that the shape isn't the player. If you get okay, continue one. That should, in theory, I won't say fix everything, but it should make things better because it means you won't be able to complete a line while you're still doing it. Okay, so we'll put you over there. Okay, I need to make you not. Okay. So spawn single. So we need to go to I think it's deck. We need to go down here and go, hey, we need to just not make these two separate things for one thing. So let's just make it player move, right? And what we can do is we can say, hey, if you've just pressed, do this, and then we're going to say mute last, which is going to be res. It's going to be local, right? F32. And then when we like wait like a half second, we need like a time, right? And then we need to go down here. We need to say all of these need to last equals dereference last, no, not dereference last equals 0. Right. So anytime you just pressed a button, right, set it to 0. So if you've just pressed any button, then we say if settings dot pressed, is there any like a okay, player input. Right now it's actually like settings dot get press dot count. The editor count, okay, is greater than 1, 0. So if it's 1, then last. It's kind of one of those things, like I'm writing it in a way that would allow for some kind of meta game to appear in this, but like unlikely anyone's gonna use it. In the fact that if you're holding left and then you press right, you'll move right, and then depending on how long you were holding left, you may end up moving left. Like I'm not gonna clear it when it resets, but every time you press a button, it's gonna reset. So there's a like in theory a way of holding multiple keys to get like some kind of weird effect. Anyway, last plus equals time dot delta. Okay, then so we say if last is greater than 0.5, last equals 0, because I'm doing this, I'm setting it to 0, not just subtracting, because I don't want lag spikes to cause an issue, but also like the whole point of doing this is so that I don't get double inputs, because double inputs suck. And that's what kept happening. Like I keep fucking up because I keep pressing left, and because I've done it just as it goes to move, it presses left and counts my press to left as being the same thing. So I'm writing them into the same system. So if this okay, I'm going to do it like that. I'm going to say return. Right. Then we say if setting. These should really be else if statements. Okay, so technically we don't have to do that because we set that every time we do that. Call that an else as well. Oh, can I just say len? Just getting pressed, not returning an iterator. it returns a vector. Not is empty. All right, so please tell me you're actually just returning it. No, so that's a bit silly because you should just be returning that iterator. Like, don't collect it into a vector because I may not want a vector. Anyway, so we fixed, well, hopefully we fixed the double input issue. So it should move every half second, which the fact that it moves every 3 seconds might be a bit aggressive. Not really. Oh no, it moves 3 times a second, which means technically it's not moving every tick. That's pretty good. Well, let's find out. First off, does that clear? Apparently not, which is concerning because I think it has cleared. No? Ooh, that's worrying. And there should be a blue because I think that's the only color I have 2 of. Hey, look. Tetris. Fuck. It's not working. Now, why is it not working? So that seems to have fixed the double input. The spinning is still very, very weird. And I've been told, because I've seen other people make like Tetris clones, and they're like, there's something about how it spins in Tetris that's very specific. Like, I'm just spinning around a specific block, but like I think there's actually a very particular block. Like, I think the square, when you spin it, doesn't move, which implies that it's actually rotating around some kind of symmetry in the center, not around a specific block. Anyway, clear lines. Why is clear lines not working? It's got to have something to do with continuing here. So if you're empty, continue white. First off, you don't need this fit then. Right. I think that should work. There. The question is, we're going to say info bound line. All right. So I think what's happening here is we say get. That one. So we're saying that lines only count if they contain the player's piece. I think. If it's an error, continue otherwise. So yeah, so it must have just been that it was I don't know how my stream's 2 hours behind. The fuck? I love how it slowly like loses its face. Ah! Wrong way. The other side. I really need to make that quick fall mechanic. I don't like adding mechanics because I'm getting annoyed. Ah, damn it. What I need to do is maybe give it 2 ticks before it locks, and if the player moves it, don't lock it. Ah, fuck. That's not good. That's not good. Ah, bad piece. Uh, uh, go there, please. It all moves so fucking weird. Did that move correctly? I feel like you have plopped a piece where it's not supposed to be. I don't think that orange is supposed to be there. It's definitely a shape that orange can make, but I feel like you're about to go plunging through it. Yeah. So it's only a graphical issue. I'm really bad at this. So put that there. Let's see what happens. So you get done. You just didn't clear the line properly. Something's wrong with it. Weirdly enough, there's something there. It's solid. It's a line, but it's solid. Yeah, okay. So it's not all solid. So some of the pieces are still. But which pieces are there is a complete shit show. How? What the fuck? Okay, some of the pieces are there, but it's a complete shit show to which pieces are where. Okay, yep, no, it's all going to shit. So why are you not clearing a line properly? I suspect it's got something to do with how. So somehow, all right, so you let the position equal to the current XY. So we get the block, and it's not printing any of these errors, which means that it's definitely doing it. So then we board clear. Right, then we grab the block. And then we grab the shape from that block. And then we should be able to find the specific offset of the block. So what I need to do is, first off, I need to print bound block in shape. Now, annoyingly, I'm going to have to run this until, yeah. I'm trying to think what could possibly be doing this. So block remove index. Now, how would I check that it didn't find the block in the shape? Now, what I could do to make this faster is just give myself line pieces or something, like a cheaty deck. Is the Tetris song royalty free? I feel like it's old enough to be, but like, then again, like, copyright got screwed to hell. But it's also Russian, so again, like, so 1, 2, 3, 4. It fucking worked on that line. So I suspect it has to have something to do with how gravity is interfering with things. So this should clear. Ooh. Ooh. It could also have to do with how 2 lines clear. Because I don't think we ever... One, two, three. There was 4 colors? Okay, well. It's finding the block in the shape, but I'm trying to work out when if it doesn't find the block in the shape. Do you panic? Um... If index equals shape dot blocks dot len, panic? I don't know. This is the only thing I feel like it could possibly be. Can I go to the decks and can I like cheat myself like a stupidly overpowered deck? So light blue. So I kind of just want to be like, hey, comment out that deck. Let's give me a deck that is shaped deck. Yep. Oh, in it, run. So this should, in theory, just give me blue pieces so I can just lay them all sideways and win. Gonna be much quicker to fill a fucking line in. We should work on that fast drop as well. So computers are fast enough. I don't need to just reject it if you're too close to the wall. What I should do is check, like, is there a possible way to move? So I should rotate and then check to see if it can. Okay, so it moved down. It just never cleared them. It also doesn't seem to have said the words found line. I don't know if that's relevant. Did I remove that line? I think I did. So it's definitely not that the index is too long. We swap removing all of that. Okay, so it's got to be that the position that it's clearing is wrong. Because otherwise it would draw the shape back. Like, no, I think I know what it is. I am clearing the block, but I'm never despawning the block. Do we have access to commands? We do. Commands. Hello, hello. When you clear it from the board, we grab the block here. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, now we need to say entity. Commands dot despawn. Dot entity dot despawn. Recursive, I guess. It doesn't need to be despawned recursively, but I'm going to despawn it recursively because it shouldn't have anything. Anyway, so then we say somehow we have the shape, right? Block.shape, yep. Okay, so we're going to say if shape dot blocks dot len is empty, then commands dot entity block dot shape dot despawn recursive. Okay. Da, 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 da. Okay, so that should fix it, because I think what the issue was, so confusing, is that I wasn't removing the shapes, but I was clearing them from the board. So I don't know how the shapes were falling down. That might have been like part of why I was looking so dumb, is that like it was like the blocks were moving and then the shape, and then the board was clearing, and it's like it was only an issue. But also, like, this game's going to be also very abusable if you like end up with a... So if I put a piece like here, because in theory they're sticking to their shape. So then I put a piece like here, and then I'm going to stack a piece here, a piece here, and a piece here. So they should fall down once it's Tetrised. One piece there. Okay. Not the best approach. We want a piece like here. Then I feel like I want to put a piece here. A piece here. And then a piece here. And a piece here. And then let's see what the fuck happens here. So this should then like finish that line, which then makes that piece drop in, which then makes that piece drop in, which that's pretty awesome. Now we need to 100% add some kind of detection that's like, am I moving? Because apparently not just the piece the player's touching, because gravity will pull the next piece in, which I love, but it's kind of silly. Oh, it crashed. Blocks should not be empty. How did blocks end up empty? I do not know. Blocks should not be empty. Anyway, so it's not detect that. Now, how do we move a block? I think we just draw the blocks, don't we? Fuck. Right. Spawn shape. So how does gravity work? How does it apply gravity? All right. So let's we need to click. We need to find block wherever the fuck block is. Block, and we say move boolean. When we spawn in a block, one shape, we need to say that your shape has 100% moved. True. Right. So you've moved. Right. So what we need is not every frame at the start of every fixed update. So we need a fn clear underscore moved. Okay, so we need to say mute blocks. And we just say like moved and moved. Last y. This is going to be a U8 maybe. You'll see why I'm using last y in a second. So we're going to for each block for block in blocks. I don't know why sometimes my brain just forgets how to Rust. It's really bizarre. Like I was for eaching. Like that's not Rust. That's like C#. Anyway, for mute block in blocks, and we say, what? No, don't want to transform block. What the fuck? All right. So then what we're going to do is we're going to say block dot moved equals 0. Block dot last y plus equals 1. Right. Equals false. There's a specific reason I'm doing this. So down here, when we spawn in a shape, we need to give it a last y. 0. Right. So when we say apply gravity, see, here's that, like, it doesn't make sense. To be storing this in an entity like this, except for like that kind of reason. Yeah. Okay, so clear moved, and we need to go to find plugin. We need to go, okay, so I'm pretty sure there's a prefixed update. Systems fixed. Yeah, fixed first. Clear moved. Okay, so that's the fun part, isn't it? Is that I need to be like, hey, maybe I can just do it for like, that won't work. I was going to detect changed, but like I literally forcibly apply the drawer every time. See, it's not I only change it if it's different. I change it no matter what, if the board changes. Maybe board needs like an actual change detection. Hash set of vec choose add new. Okay, so let's give it like actual change detection then. Somehow I've imported 2 hash sets. Right, let's give it real change detection. So in here, detect, yeah. So okay, so clear moved. So again, I'm starting to feel like I should just store the blocks in here. Like they. So get doesn't do anything. Set. So set self dot change dot insert block. Clear. Self dot change dot insert block. Take. I feel like take needs to be like self dot changed dot insert block. Okay, okay. So when we say draw, now my concern is when I clear, we call clear. We should probably keep track of that because it's like here we despawn it, and it's like, but we have to remember to do that, which means we clear it for some other reason. I feel like we should call this like update. Board. Right. So hence take, okay. So take can insert changed. When clear should be like this. It's big. So it's clear. Alright, so that's set, there's set, there's set. Okay, so when we say set, we say this one. Alright. This feels a bit over the top right now. So down here somewhere. So it's more like it's like we want to go like 4 cell in 4 dot changed. We want to take it st mem. Right, we take you. Right, so then we have all the cells that we can iterate through, and then instead of doing this, we can just say cell. Right. Anyway, so we just say cell. Block dot translation equals L dot times 64. Extend 1 dot okay, that should, in theory, I should really be backing stuff up to get these. It's not like the others. What are you called now? Update board. Alright, so when we say changed That's going to happen, I guess, post-update. Okay, so applying gravity. Do you have access to the block at any point? Not really. So we want something like for ship blocks. So I'm trying to think of a way like to iterate through and like set the y has been updated when you apply gravity. So we can say like block dot okay, so we need to say that like pose equals block plus shape dot center. Okay, and then we say let block equal board dot get pose like so. Block state current. So we get the block like so. And else. Okay. Alright, so we get the block and we say equals blocks dot get block. Solid maybe. You say block is not. Yeah. Just grab that block. Wait, what? Okay. So we go, hey, you this block. So you have access to the block. Except we need you to get mute. And then we say block dot last y equals 0. Alright. So continue. We don't need access to this or this or this. Okay, so I'm just cleaning up gravity a little bit. So shaping. Okay, so that should still mean gravity still works. It just means that the player never loses control of their piece. So next is we need to go somewhere. We like apply gravity, and then we're going to say and remove control. This should be in its own. Like this should be in the deck, not. So player control. Right. So this is which is a query for anything. So it's going to get access to the block. And its entity, I believe. And then with not no need for ampersand player target. Okay, player target. So query no, yeah, so for entity block in player. So then we need access to the commands. Okay, so then we go if block dot last y. That's private, isn't it? Okay. UL public. Last y is greater than. If I say 3, that's 1 second. And then we can say entity entity dot remove player target. This doesn't really matter when it runs. The idea being that if it goes more than 3 ticks without moving down, the player loses control. So that if the player or block dot right. So if the player doesn't move for 1 tick, or the targeting players on a shape, isn't it? Yeah, it's on a Tetris mode. Okay, so so technically the block stop moved and all that can stay. It's so each block needs to know it's moved because but they're which might tidy some stuff up. You don't care about when the last Y moved. You just care if you've moved. The shape, with shape. Okay, so you just take movement. So near that bit. Where is shape? There, shape. Ooh. Okay. So that kind of makes it a bit hideous to add it in there. I don't want to add it in here. Kind of want to make this something else then. So we kind of need its own component because these get stored somewhere else and used as like something else. So it does not want to be keeping that kind of data. So we need a component. I hope you guys can't hear that fucking noise in the background. Okay, so when we apply gravity, Okay, so I don't think we need to do all this whole block bit anymore. We just translate the shape, and then we say, hey, if the shape got translated, okay. If the shape got translated, then we say shape dot. So it's not the shape that needs to be moved. It's last y move. You know what? We can scrap that. Go here. Go player target. Last y. Right, because then it tidies itself up. So technically we need to have moved as well, I think, because what we're saying is not block but shape. Shape. Do I need this? No. Okay, so that means we need to work out player moved. Okay. Since you have to have player target, we can say, since only the one player targeting is allowed to move, we can say like this. Shape and target. Okay, so target dot move equals true. Target dot move equals true. Paste that there, then we say the seconds, which means if you ever get to here, you've moved, because you would have returned early otherwise. I think all these should be else ifs, but I like having the ability to press two keys at once and it not move. So that updates all the moved, and then right, so we need a clear moved here as well. Clear moved, which is just a target. It's just this one, and then we just go for target in target dot last y plus equals 1 and target dot moved equals false. Right, then we need to come up here and go, when we're adding all this stuff, we need to go add systems fixed first clear moved. Alright, so that'll clear moved off of you. Right. So with the player target, the clear moved, right, and we have the same thing if the Y is uncleared. So it's when we apply gravity, we have access to the shape, don't we? Possibly. move player. Right, so it'll be in the board. Okay. So we need to have access to the shape. Right. Create new player target like so. Shapes. Let's do it 2 ways. Ah, fuck. How do I get? I don't know how I managed to double press keys and just end up like somewhere. Shapes. Right. So we say shape.trend. Stop! Yeah, people are shouting at me to come get food, and I'm a bit over it. I'm gonna have to end the stream soon. Okay, so first off, you need to be readable. So we translate the shape, right, and then we go. We grab your entity as well. Right, what we can do is, if you happen to also be the target, so we can say entity, right, and then we can say if let OK target equals target get entity, then target mutable. Why are you not working? Because it's private. Probably just make them both public again, because again, I might need it in other places, I don't know. Ask why. Right, so if it's and then the fact that the blocks move should trigger their moved state. Right, and the move state's only cleared after every frame, and the clear line I think happens every frame, so it should tick fine. But we need to come down here, we need to say, hey, like when you're going through blocks, so at some point I have access to the blocks. Where do I have access? Do I have the block? I have the block here. Right, okay, block. So this is checking specifically for the player target. So if block dot moved continue. So skip on, even if the blocks moved, don't try and combine it. I've got apparently 3 errors to track down. Spawn next. Player target. Okay. It's the way to go here. You'll just have to go implement default for player target. Player target. Symbol default. For player target. Default needs to return self, right? Okay. Now we go here. Is it player target? Last y is 0. Move is true. Default. What the fuck? Why can I not spell? Is that what? Okay. All right. Spawn shape. Spawn block. You don't use the last one. True. All right. Let's see if that works. That should hopefully mean that it doesn't eat blocks as it goes. And then I might have to call it a day. Okay. Well, that's definitely incorrect. Because that just keeps spawning more and more things. And I have no control of them. So why are they getting treated as... Something's getting called on update that shouldn't be called an update. Spawn shape, clear line. Probably in here. It's probably got something to do with remove player target being called on update. If or shape not moved. Now, when are you clearing? I feel like fixed first. So you clear, and I suspect what's happening is this is running before anything's causing you to tick. So we should probably just go like, remove that. And then we need to go add systems. I think it's that we want to say last. Right, so everything that could possibly happen to the shape happens before we attempt to remove the player. So if anything triggers it to not remove the player, don't remove the player. That should work better than... I suspect that's what's happening, is that because gravity only ticks every update, and it's probably ticking after the fact. Nope, it's still... Okay, so it's because we're removing... Clear move is happening first, and then fixed first. But then why are you not immediately having your move set? So fixed first clears move. Right. Then we go to board gravity. Why is gravity? Gravity. Equals true. Okay, maybe it's because I was not setting moved by anything but the player input. So if the player's moving it, then it works. But every tick, I think I'd spawn another one. So unless you moved it on the tick. Okay, cool. That seems to be working. So we want to move. Not exactly what we wanted to do. I need to implement that going down feature. Alright, we need to do this because we need to clear a line so that we can test basically like that when they drop in. Okay, so when I clear this, should make it also clear that because it'll be funny. Actually, can I make it do both? Don't think so. Not without doing something else. Because I can only clear the 4 lines. So it's impossible to clear that 5th one. Anyway. So this should clear the bottom line. Okay. Clears that. Okay, so it's still not working. I think it's because it's clearing rows before it updates the graphics, which means that it's finding and clearing the row before the line gets to go down. So we need to like fix the ordering on that, but that's a tomorrow problem. So thank you all for tuning into the stream. It's been a lot of fun making a Tetris, and hopefully I will be able to continue on making more Tetris and maybe turn it into a series, because like Tetris, it's fun and it's also really easy to make. So anyway, see you next time.